all the fundamental basic needs for all 8 billion people. One side the homes foreclosure and the homes are just locked without people. The other side, millions are in the platforms homeless. One side, tons of food is getting wasted and getting destroyed to maintain the price. The other side, millions dying without food. Millions of clothes used only once is dumped into ocean because people don't know what to do with it. I have decided Kailasa is going to pick up a project. I call that project as Ishanya, collecting these things which is getting dumped and wasted, which is in turn becoming hazard for the nature, and distributing it to the place and countries, people for whom it's a great boon. In this Chaturmasya alone, we will be able to bring 1 crore people out of poverty. Humanity has reached a level, we have evolved enough technology to provide food, clothes, shelter, medical care, all the fundamental basic needs for all 8 billion people. One side the homes foreclosure and the homes are just locked without people. The other side, millions are in the platforms homeless. One side, tons of food is getting wasted and getting destroyed to maintain the price. The other side, millions dying without food. Millions of clothes used only once is dumped into ocean because people don't know what to do with it. I have decided Kailasa is going to pick up a project. I call that project as Ishanya, collecting these things which is getting dumped and wasted, which is in turn becoming hazard for the nature, and distributing it to the place and countries, people for whom it's a great boon. In this Chaturmasya alone, we will be able to bring 1 crore people out of poverty. Humanity has reached a level, we have evolved enough technology to provide food, clothes, shelter, medical care, all the fundamental basic needs for all 8 billion people. One side the homes foreclosure and the homes are just locked without people. The other side, millions are in the platforms homeless. One side, tons of food is getting wasted and getting destroyed to maintain the price. The other side, millions dying without food. Millions of clothes used only once is dumped into ocean because people don't know what to do with it. I have decided Kailasa is going to pick up a project. I call that project as Ishanya, collecting these things which is getting dumped and wasted, which is in turn becoming hazard for the nature, and distributing it to the place and countries, people for whom it's a great boon. In this Chaturmasya alone, We will be able to bring 1 crore people out of poverty. Humanity has reached a level, we have evolved enough technology to provide food, clothes, shelter, medical care, all the fundamental basic needs for all 8 billion people. One side the homes foreclosure and the homes are just locked without people. The other side millions are in the platforms homeless. One side tons of food is getting wasted and getting destroyed to maintain the price. The other side millions dying without food. Millions of clothes used only once is dumped into ocean because people don't know what to do with it. I have decided Kailasa is going to pick up a project. I call that project as Ishanya, collecting these things which is getting dumped and wasted, which is in turn becoming hazard for the nature, and distributing it to the place and countries, people for whom it's a great boon. In this Chaturmasya alone, we will be able to bring 1 crore people out of poverty. Humanity has reached a level, we have evolved enough technology to provide food, clothes, shelter, medical care, all the fundamental basic needs for all 8 billion people. One side the homes foreclosure and the homes are just locked without people. The other side millions are in the platforms homeless. One side tons of food is getting wasted and getting destroyed to maintain the price. The other side millions dying without food. Millions of clothes used only once is dumped into ocean because people don't know what to do with it. I have decided Kailasa is going to pick up a project. I call that project as Ishanya, collecting these things which is getting dumped and wasted, which is in turn becoming hazard for the nature, and distributing it to the place and countries, people for whom it's a great boon. In this Chaturmasya alone, we will be able to bring 1 crore people out of poverty. Humanity has reached a level, we have evolved enough technology to provide food, clothes, shelter, medical care, all the fundamental basic needs for all 8 billion people. One side the homes foreclosure and the homes are just locked without people. The other side millions are in the platforms homeless. One side tons of food is getting wasted and getting destroyed to maintain the price. The other side millions dying without food. Millions of clothes used only once is dumped into ocean because people don't know what to do with it. I have decided Kailasa is going to pick up a project. I call that project as Ishanya. Collecting these things which is getting dumped and wasted, which is in turn becoming hazard for the nature, and distributing it to the place and countries, people for whom it's a great boon. In this Chaturmasya alone, we will be able to bring 1 crore people out of poverty. Humanity has reached a level, we have evolved enough technology to provide food, clothes, shelter, medical care, all the fundamental basic needs for all 8 billion people. One side the homes foreclosure and the homes are just locked without people. The other side, millions are in the platforms homeless. One side, tons of food is getting wasted and getting destroyed to maintain the price. The other side, millions dying without food. Millions of clothes used only once is dumped into ocean because people don't know what to do with it. I have decided Kailasa is going to pick up a project. I call that project as Ishanya. Collecting these things which is getting dumped and wasted, which is in turn becoming hazard for the nature, and distributing it to the place and countries, people for whom it's a great boon. In this Chaturmasya alone, we will be able to bring 1 crore people out of poverty. Humanity has reached a level, we have evolved enough technology to provide food, clothes, shelter, medical care, all the fundamental basic needs for all 8 billion people. One side the homes foreclosure and the homes are just locked without people. The other side, millions are in the platforms homeless. One side, tons of food is getting wasted and getting destroyed to maintain the price. The other side, millions dying without food. Millions of clothes used only once is dumped into ocean because people don't know what to do with it. I have decided Kailasa is going to pick up a project. I call that project as Ishanya. Collecting these things which is getting dumped and wasted, which is in turn becoming hazard for the nature, and distributing it to the place and countries, people for whom it's a great boon. In this Chaturmasya alone, we will be able to bring 1 crore people out of poverty. Humanity has reached a level, we have evolved enough technology to provide food, clothes, shelter, medical care, all the fundamental basic needs for all 8 billion people. One side the homes foreclosure and the homes are just locked without people. The other side, millions are in the platforms homeless. One side, tons of food is getting wasted and getting destroyed to maintain the price. The other side, millions dying without food. Millions of clothes used only once is dumped into ocean because people don't know what to do with it. I have decided Kailasa is going to pick up a project. I call that project as Ishanya, collecting these things which is getting dumped and wasted, which is in turn becoming hazard for the nature, and distributing it to the place and countries, people for whom it's a great boon. In this Chaturmasya alone,
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadisham Tattvamasya Dilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Tigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyanandam. We welcome all our viewers, all Kailasa joining from various parts of the world. We welcome all Kailasa joining from various Kailasa monasteries, temples, gurukuls, and centers around the world. We welcome all our viewers joining us from YouTube Live, Twitter Live, Kailasa's Nithyananda TV, Kailasa TV, Hinduism Now TV, and all those who are joining us through Nanadiksha two-way video conferencing. We welcome all of you to today's morning show, Introduction to the Lifestyle of Kailasa. Thank you everybody for joining. Kailasa is the seed bank of Hinduism. In Hinduism, the day starts with yoga. Our first session for the day is, or I should say early morning, is Kailasa's Nithyananda Yoga. Yoga today is a $1 billion industry. The number of people practicing yoga today is much more than in any part of human history. In olden days, we hear from our Puranas, our Hindu history, our scriptures, that many masters, many sages attained enlightenment through yoga. Lord Paramashiva is himself described as Adi Yogi, the first yogi, the source of yoga. Even though so many people are practicing yoga today, do we have the equal or proportionate number of enlightened beings? Let's say around 1,000 or 2,000 years ago, or let's go back further in time, 5,000 years ago, the human population might have been 1/10 of what it is today. The number of enlightened masters we had during that time, the number of enlightened beings we had during that time, let us compare to what we have today. Is there a jump in the number of enlightened beings by a factor of 10? We do not know the answer, but intuitively, it feels the answer is no. And there is a reason to it. Although we have multiplied in a mass quantity, the quality of our existence has changed. It has become too materialistic and too cut off from nature. Our existence have become too cut off with our consciousness, our Atman, our true nature. We live in an era of scientific materialism, where probably the most practiced religion is scientific materialism, where violent plunder and immature exploitation of our own life and of Mother Earth. In the name of materialism, in the name of pleasure, in the name of getting something, advancing is considered valid. Probably it would be best to call the current era the era where the major religion is scientific materialism, where wrong ideas are presented as scientific to justify materialism, consumerism, westernization, neocolonialism, and slavery to some modern ideas which are destructive towards our health, our being, our fulfillment. It is no wonder that today, though yoga is practiced, and I should add the yoga which most of the people are practicing throughout the world is not the original, authentic yoga. The yoga which people are practicing is an diluted, adulterated form of yoga. And it is no surprise that though many people believe and we practically see that a huge number of human population is practicing yoga, when we see the number of enlightened masters that are coming out through the practice of yoga, the number of enlightened beings who are experiencing enlightenment through yoga, the number has not jumped proportionate to the population. It shows that what we need to fix is how we engage with life. What we need to fix, for example, in the dimension of yoga is how we do yoga and what yoga we do. Is it aligned to the original yoga, which is supposed to give us not just physical health or a better physiology, psychology, neurology, but an ultimate breakthrough in the realization of who we are, an ultimate breakthrough in realizing that we are consciousness. This is real yoga, the yoga from Hindu scriptures. This is Nithyananda Yoga, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, our beloved Guru, Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, has sat through various Hindu scriptures and collected and compiled Pratham Vinyasa Krama, a sequence of 108 traditional yoga asanas. All these asanas are supported and documented along with their original Shastra Pramanas from original yoga scriptures, which date thousands of years ago, probably tens of thousands of years. These scriptures make our practice grounded to the original yoga which our ancestors practiced and used for attaining liberation, used for realizing the self, used for experiencing union with the cosmos. Now, let us watch a short video clip on yoga, the state of yoga around the world today, and what is happening in the world of yoga.
Yoga's become an $80 billion industry, incorporating everything you could think of from animals to food. And everyone is looking to get their share, be it through expensive apparel or sponsored Instagram posts. This might look fashionable and harmless, but what you don't understand is the detrimental effects it has on your consciousness. When you're practicing authentic yoga, you're working with an independent intelligence, a science to awaken the inner potential energy within you. When you add your own twist to yoga, it changes this internal process and brings a different effect on your physiology, psychology, and neurology. Some people practice yoga to build a strong physique, for the healing of an ailment, or for relieving stress and anxiety. However, throughout the years, the original source of yoga has been lost, and the entire science has been diluted. Many of the traditional yogic asanas and their context have completely disappeared from the mainstream practice. In today's world, even though the technology has improved tremendously, one of the biggest problems, if not the biggest problem that humanity is facing, is feeling disconnected from themselves, from one another, and from nature and life around them. People desperately attempt to experience connection through various ways: physical union or sex, dependence to drugs and foods, or through the internet. But unfortunately, none of these paths lead to the true connection that we're seeking. Connection is actually not what is being sought. It is actually union that humanity is seeking in so many wrong directions. Union with the ultimate is the true solution. Yoga is the only way to experience union with the ultimate. It is the path to anti-sex, to go beyond sex and experience union with all the other dimensions of ourselves and Yoga's become an $80 billion industry, incorporating everything you could think of from animals to food. And everyone is looking to get their share, be it through expensive apparel or sponsored Instagram posts. This might look fashionable and harmless, but what you don't understand is the detrimental effects it has on your consciousness. When you're practicing authentic yoga, you're working with an independent intelligence, a science to awaken the inner potential energy within you. When you add your own twist to yoga, it changes this internal process and brings a different effect on your physiology, psychology, and neurology. Some people practice yoga to build a strong physique, for the healing of an ailment, or for relieving stress and anxiety. However, throughout the years, the original source of yoga has been lost, and the entire science has been diluted. Many of the traditional yogic asanas and their context have completely disappeared from the mainstream practice. In today's world, even though the technology has improved tremendously, one of the biggest problems, if not the biggest problem that humanity is facing, is feeling disconnected from themselves, from one another, and from nature and life around them. People desperately attempt to experience connection through various ways: physical union or sex, dependence to drugs and foods, or through the internet. But unfortunately, none of these paths lead to the true connection that we're seeking. Connection is actually not what is being sought. It is actually union that humanity is seeking in so many wrong directions. Union with the ultimate is the true solution. Yoga is the only way to experience union with the ultimate. It is the path to anti-sex, to go beyond sex and experience union with all the other dimensions of ourselves and
We just saw the introduction to what is happening around the world in the world of yoga. Now, let us understand what is Kailasa's Nithyananda Yoga. Yoga, in its original form as revealed by Paramashiva, the primordial Hindu divinity, has 12 components. Let us go quickly through these 12 components. The first component is Ashada, or sacred energized herbs, such as Bhasma, the sacred ash, which is applied on the forehead and 16 parts of the body. Gyananjana and Kumkum, which is applied on the third eye, between the brows. Turmeric and sandalwood paste, which is applied on the temples of the forehead. This is the Ashada component. The second component of yoga, Abharana, or the Rudraksha jewelry, such as the Kanthamala around the neck and the Rudraksha earrings, Sundarvanams on the ears, which give us the experience of Swarupya Mukti, liberation, through dressing up like the Lord and remembering the Lord all the time. A very important factor, a very important component of yoga, that when we are doing, let's say, Virabhadra Asana, we relate ourselves that I am Virabhadra, that inner image, the Swarupya Mukti, and the remembrance that we have a higher possibility. The second component is the Abharana. The third component are the mandalas, or sacred geometrical shapes such as Sri Chakra, carved on copper plates and kept in front of us. The fourth component, optionally, we can have weights while we are practicing yoga. Fifth component are the mantras. The Tantra Dharaka will be chanting authentic yoga verses, asana and posture scriptural references from original Hindu scriptures, the Hindu Shastras, the Yoga Shastras, and guiding us throughout our practice of yoga. This is the mantra component. The next component is the japa. Different mantras will be chanted internally throughout our practice of yoga. This will constantly remind us to the original purpose of yoga, that I am that, I am Paramashiva, Shivoham, that tunes us to constantly chant and align ourselves, remind ourselves of our higher possibility. The seventh component is the asana, the physical postures itself. Most of the modern yoga is focused only on the asana component and misses to see all the 12 components of yoga. And even the asana component is not as per scriptures, but a diluted and adulterated form, which cannot even be called yoga. It has been sourced from authentic yoga, but adulterated by cunning minds, cunning exploitive minds. Anyhow, moving on to the next component of yoga, pranayama, of various breathing techniques. Next component are the mudras, which will be sealing the flow of prana, the vital life energies in our body, and channelizing the energy in our body. The next component are the bandhas, which are various internal seals to lock the flow of energy as we are practicing yoga and to channelize the energy, vital life energies in our bodies. The next component is the visualization. Visualization of various objects, things, gods, and goddesses to embody the experience of authentic yoga. Finally, the last component, the 12th component, are the karnas, the various dance movements traditionally from Hinduism through the movement of hands and legs. These 12 components together give the complete experience of yoga and help us gain the most out of yoga, which is experiencing oneness with our being. Yoga means, the word yoga literally means experiencing union with cosmos. Kailasa's Nithyananda Yoga is the authentic yoga from Hindu scriptures, which is aligning our being, our bodies, to experience oneness with Paramashiva. We'll be practicing 108 traditional yoga asanas, which have been documented in the form of Prathamangya Krama. Prathamangya Krama has been offered completely free of charge and is available for download on Kailasa's websites. It is completely offered as a free solution to mankind for them to practice authentic yoga. If you are a yoga acharya or a yoga practitioner, you can refer to the original references which have been compiled with giving the original Sanskrit references and English translation, giving you the complete picture of how various asanas have to be performed with pictures, with references, with a breakdown of all 12 components. And of course, every morning you can log in and be a part of Kailasa's Nithyananda Yoga and practice yoga with the Kailasa. Now, very shortly, we'll be starting with yoga. Please gather your yoga mats and settle down with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Make sure you have your Panchapatram, that is the cup filled with water, and Udharni, a spoon. Make sure you apply Vibhuti, the sacred ash, on your forehead and 16 parts of the body. We'll be starting yoga very shortly. First, we'll be starting with the Sadguru Vandanam, invocation of our beloved Guru. Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, in our hearts and welcoming him to guide us through our practice of yoga. So please take a few moments. We'll be back very shortly. Thank you. Nithyanandam.
Humanity has reached a level, we have evolved enough technology to provide food, clothes, shelter, medical care, all the fundamental basic needs for all 8 billion people. One side the homes foreclosure and the homes are just locked without people. The other side, millions are in the platforms homeless.
नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वधी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि। ॐ हां हौं शिवाय नमः। 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 ॐ आत्मतत्त्वं शोधयामि स्वधा। ॐ विद्यातत्त्वं शोधयामि स्वधा। ॐ शिवतत्त्वं शोधयामि स्वधा। ॐ हां हृदयाय नमः। ममोपात्त समस्त दुरिदक्षयद्वारा भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रीत्यर्थम श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिवशक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव प्रीत्यर्थम च अद्य पूर्वोक्त एवं गुण विशेषेण विशिष्टायाम् अस्यां शुभतिथौ पूर्ण आरोग्य युक्त दृढ़गात्र यौगिक शरीर सिद्ध्यर्थम परमशिव शक्त्याविष्करणार्थम नित्यानंद योगाभ्यासं करिष्ये। अपौपस्पृश्य
Please keep your Panchapatram to the side. We'll be starting with our first asana, Sukhasana. Sit comfortably in a cross-legged position. Bring your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Hands will be resting on the knees with the index finger and thumb together in Bindu Mudra. We'll be performing the Samana Pranayama. Please breathe in through the nose, hold the breath for a short duration, and then exhale. Again, hold the breath for a short duration, inhale. Concentrate on building a fire in the navel region and continue Samana Pranayama. Engage Mahamudra Bandha. Engage your perineum muscles between the base of your spine and the regenerative organ. Pull your stomach in and up and tuck your chin to the chest. This is Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize yourself as Paramashiva and do the internal chanting Soham.
तत्सुखासनमित्युक्तमशक्तस्तत्समाचरेत् आसनं विदितं येन जितं तेन जगत्त्रयम्।
Parvatasana. Continue to sit in a cross-legged position or sit in Padmasana. Bring your palms together in Namaskara Mudra and inhale arms straight up. Continue Samana Pranayama. Engage Mahamudra Bandha, all three bandhas. Visualize yourself as Mount Kailasa.
अथ वक्षे महादेव पर्वतासनमङ्गलं यत्कृत्वा स्थिररूपी स्यात् षट्चक्रादिविलोपनम्।
Halipavasana. Bring your soles together and bring it in front of your body. As you exhale, bend your body, bringing your forehead to the heels and lock your hands behind the back, interlacing the fingers in Parshumudra. Gaze at the nose. Continue Samana Pranayama. Engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize yourself as Swamiji.
पूर्वविधि आहु में जानो उभय पगतली संपुटठानो पिष्टपछेदो वो कर लियावो दक्षिण कर सो वाम गहावो.
Nagi Pavasana. Keep your soles together, bring your elbows on the legs, and cup your palms on the floor. Gaze at the nose. Continue Samana Pranayama, Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize snakes.
पूर्व विधि पर आकानी नीच होवी कहो निफनास्यो लगाजी हाथ आकाने धरती लगावे पसारी दो हाथ की अंजुली करे.
Kokila Asana. With your fingers, index and middle finger, in Prana Mudra, hold the big toes and straighten your legs as you inhale. As you exhale, cross your legs and enter in Padmasana. Bring your elbows down, eyes are facing forward and down. Continue Samana Pranayama, Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize bird.
अथान्यदासनं वक्षे येन सिद्धो भवे नरः अकस्मात् वायुसञ्चारं कोकिलाख्यासनेन च.
Neti Asana. Stack your ankle and knees, hold your elbows, and circle your hands in both directions. Gaze at the nose. Continue Samana Pranayama, Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
घोड़ा बावा पाद की आशुमाहि सोये दक्षिचरण को वारलो तापरी गुल्फ समोय वाम पाद को महिलो बहु गुल्फ जान तापरी घोड़ा दच की आशुबार लीठान.
Gajasana. Bring your hands and feet on the floor. Raise your hips up in an inverted V position. Keep your heels close to the ground. Scoop your nose to the ground repeatedly. Continue Samana Pranayama. Engage perineal muscles and pull your stomach in and up. Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as an elephant.
निब्जं पादाग्रे भूमौ कृत्वा लम्बी भुजामस्तकाग्रे निधाय नितं मूर्धमुन्नमय्य नाभिलक्ष्यं भूमौ नासिकामानीय हस्तदलपर्यन्तं नयेदिथं पुनः पुनः कुर्यात् गजासनं भवति.
Rikshasana. Stop the motion and alternatively bring your heels to the ground. Continue Samana Pranayama. Engage perineal muscles. Pull your stomach in and up. Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize bear.
एकैकं पादमाकुञ्च्य गजासनं कुर्यात् वृक्षासनं भवति.
Vyashyasana. Stand tall and raise your heels up. Balance yourself on the big toes. Bring your index, middle, and ring fingers on the heart in Hridaya Mudra. Continue Samana Pranayama. Engage perineal muscles. Pull your stomach in and up. Uddiyana Bandha.
केशेन पादयुगलं बद्ध्वा तिष्ठेत् धूमकः तव ईशावक्षे यत्कृत्वा सत्यवान् भवेत्.
Urdhav Janu Karna. Sit in Araimandi in a half squatting position. Heels will be together, toes will be blading outwards, knees are wide in a half squatting position. Now bring your both palms to chest level. Lift the right knee towards the chest in a circular motion and simultaneously right hand will follow the foot movement. Return to Araimandi and repeat with the left side. Balalinga Asana. Starting with the right knee, bring your right knee close to the chest and interlace it with your fingers in outside in direction in Sarva Shankari Mudra. Continue Samana Pranayama and engage all three bandhas. Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize holding a child.
एकं जानुरसि आलिङ्ग्य स्थातव्यं बाललिङ्गनं भवति.
Padapidanasana. Bring your right foot heel on the hip region and hold the right foot with your hands interlaced in Parshumudra. Keep the knees together. Continue Samana Pranayama. Engage all three bandhas. Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize yourself as Swamiji.
स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत् तनुं पृष्ठे संस्थाप्य यत्नेन पादपीडनमासनं.
Natrajasana. Push your right leg behind and hold the right foot with the right hand from the inside of the foot. Left hand will be extending forward with the left hand index finger and thumb together in Bindu Mudra. Continue Samana Pranayama. Engage the perineal muscles, Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself as Natraja, dancing form of Paramashiva.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारणे.
Relax and switch sides. We'll be repeating Balalinga Asana. Lift your left knee, bringing it close to the chest and interlace it with your fingers in outside in direction in Sarva Shankari Mudra. Continue Samana Pranayama. Engage all three bandhas. Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize as if you are holding a child.
एकं जानुरसि आलिङ्ग्य स्थातव्यं बाललिङ्गनं भवति.
Padapidanasana. Bring your left heel to the hip region and hold the left foot behind your hip region with the hands interlaced in Parshumudra. Keep your knees together. Continue Samana Pranayama, Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize yourself as Swamiji.
स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेतनं पृष्ठे संस्थाप्य पादपीडनमासनम्.
Natrajasana. Push your left leg behind and hold the left foot from the inside with the left hand and extend the right hand forward with the index finger and thumb together in Bindu Mudra. Continue Samana Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles, Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself as Natraja.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिम्बीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारणे.
Ardharechita Karna. Sit in Arai Mandi. Keep the heels together, toes are blading outwards, knees are wide. Now, cross your ankles and bring the right foot behind. Left hand will be on the chest and the right hand will be making a pendulum movement. Fingers will be moving inwards towards the palm and then outwards. Then the right palm is placed on the nose. Uncross the ankles, bring the heels together. Right hand will be making a circular motion with the fingertips pointing to the floor. Now we'll start with the skeleton dance. Visualize yourself as if you're made of bones and nothing else and shake your body intensely. Close your eyes and start to shake your body intensely without following any specific pattern or any pre-decided motion. Completely chaotically and intensely shake your body. Continuously maintain the visualization that you're made of bones and nothing else. Now please relax. Walk back and forth on your yoga mats. Recollect your breath. Katichina Karna. Stand in Arai Mandi. Keep your heels together, toes are blading outwards, knees are wide in a half squatting position. Cross your wrists above the head, the fingers are stretched out. Now as you turn right, open your arms. And then again come to the center as you cross your wrist over the head and continue the motion, repeating to the left side. Next asana, Tadasana. Stand tall, keep your heels on your yoga mats. Bring your palms up and palms will be facing one another. Continue Samana Pranayama. Engage your perineum muscles and pull your stomach in and up, Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as a palm tree.
महामुद्राबद्धकोनो ताडासनविभेदकान् विनोत्तानं सदा कुर्यादन्तर्पत्नीपतिप्रिया.
Uttanasana. As you exhale, bring your arms down, hands by the feet, head close to the knees. Avoid bending the knees. Continue Samana Pranayama. Engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize yourself as Swamiji.
महामुद्राबद्धकोनो ताडासनविभेदकान् विनोत्तानं सदा कुर्यादन्तर्पत्नीपतिप्रिया.
Tarakshvasana. Bring your hands on the yoga mat. Keep your heels supporting. Keep your toes supporting your foot. Enter a plank position. Tuck your chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha and rotate your head from side to side. Continue Samana Pranayama. Visualize yourself as Swamiji.
गदासनमस्तित्वा मस्तकं वारं वारं दक्षिणकुक्षं सव्यकुक्षं नयेत् तरक्ष्वासनं भवति.
Bhujangasana. Fall flat on the floor. Raise your chest and head up using your lower back muscles. Open your mouth wide and inhale through the back of the throat. This is Bhujangani Mudra. Continue Samana Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles in Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself as a cobra.
अङ्गुष्ठनाभिपर्यन्तम् अधोभूमौ विनिन्यसेत् कराभ्यां च धरं धृत्वा ऊर्ध्वशीर्षफणिवैः.
Shashasana. Lift your knees, bring it close to your chest and slightly move your body forward and alternate the knees to the chest. Breathe through the nose in a simple natural way. Sahaja Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles. Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself as Swamiji.
गदासनसंस्थितौ जानुद्वयमागुञ्च वारं वारं कर्तव्यं शशासनं भवति.
Rathasana. Step one foot between the hands and alternate jumping your feet between the hands. Breathe normally through the nose. Sahaja Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles. Visualize yourself as a chariot.
गजासनसंस्थितौ एकैकं पादं पुरोमार्गेण भ्रामयित्वा कर्तव्यं रथासनं भवति.
Virabhadrasana. Step your legs apart. Bring your front knee, that is the right knee, at a 90-degree angle. Keep the left leg behind at an angle of 45 degrees from the ground. Avoid bending the left knee. Keep your arms overhead and twist the chest to facing forward. Gaze at the third eye. Breathe normally through the nose, Sahaja Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles. Pull your stomach in and up, Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as God Virabhadra.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमतोत्थानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
Repeating Virabhadrasana, switching legs, keeping the left leg knee bent at a 90-degree angle, keeping the right leg behind at an angle of 45 degrees from the ground. Bring your arms overhead and twist your chest facing forward. Gaze at the third eye. Breathe normally through the nose in Sahaja Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles. Pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as Lord Virabhadra.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमतोत्थानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
Humanity has reached a level, we have evolved enough technology to provide food, clothes, shelter, medical care, all the fundamental basic needs for all 8 billion people. One side the homes foreclosure and the homes are just locked without people. The other side, millions are in the platforms homeless. One side, tons of food is getting wasted and getting destroyed to maintain the price. The other side, millions dying without food. Millions of clothes used only once is dumped into ocean because people don't know what to do with it. I have decided Kailasa is going to pick up a project. I call that project as Ishanya, collecting these things which is getting dumped and wasted, which is in turn becoming hazard for the nature, and distributing it to the place and countries, people for whom it's a great boon. In this Chaturmasya alone, we will be able to bring 1 crore people out of poverty. Humanity has reached a level, we have evolved enough technology to provide food, clothes, shelter, medical care, all the fundamental basic needs for all 8 billion people. One side the homes foreclosure and the homes are just locked without people. The other side, millions are in the platforms homeless. One side, tons.
Continuing to the next asana, Vrikshasana. Starting with the right foot, keep your right sole on the left leg inner thigh. Bring your palms together in Namaskara Mudra and raise them above the head. Breathe normally through the nose, Sahaja Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles and pull your stomach in and up, Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as a tree.
वामोरुमूलदेशे च याम्यं पादं निधायतु तिष्ठेतु वृक्षवद्भूमौ वृक्षासनमिदं विदुः.
Garudasana. Bring your right foot in front of the hip. Keep your palms together in front of the heart in Namaskara Mudra. Continue Sahaja Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles, Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda, eagle.
गरुडासनमावक्षे येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत् सर्वदोषाद्विनिर्मुक्तो भवति यः महाबली.
Repeating Vrikshasana. This time bring your left foot sole on the right leg inner thigh. Keep your palms together and raise them above the head in Namaskara Mudra. Continue Sahaja Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles. Pull your stomach in and up, Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as a tree.
वामोरुमूलदेशे च याम्यं पादं निधायतु तिष्ठेतु वृक्षवद्भूमौ वृक्षासनमिदं विदुः.
Garudasana. Bring the left foot in front of the hip region and keep your palms together in front of the heart in Namaskara Mudra. Continue Sahaja Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles, Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself as eagle.
गरुडासनमावक्ष्य येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत् सर्वदोषाद्विनिर्मुक्तो भवति हम महाबली.
Trikonasana. Step your legs apart and keep the right hand on the floor. Left hand will be in the air as you gaze at the left hand in the air. Continue Sahaja Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles. Visualize triangle.
उत्तानवादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारणे.
Switch your hands, bringing your left hand on the floor and right hand in the air as you gaze at the right hand in the air. Breathe normally through the nose, Sahaja Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles. Visualize triangle.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारणे.
Nikutaka Karna. Stand in Araimandi in a half squatting position. Heels are together, toes are bleeding out, knees are wide. Bring your hands in a horizontal position, palms facing each other. Alternatively, thrash the heel to the floor and simultaneously switch the position. Angushthasana. Keep your toes on the ground and sit on the heels. Palms are together in front of the heart in Namaskara Mudra. Breathe through the nose while buzzing subtly like a bee, both while inhaling and exhaling. Brahmari Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles, Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself as Swamiji.
कबन्धासनमित्याहुः रक्षासनमेव च अङ्गुष्ठमुष्टिकं ज्ञेयं ब्रह्मप्रसादितं तथा.
Sarasana. Keep your palms on the floor with the fingertips touching the floor and palms are open and facing forward in Varamudra. Stretch the right leg with the toes pointing upwards. Breathe through the nose as you buzz subtly like a bee, both while inhaling and exhaling. Engage perineum muscles, Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself as Swamiji.
कबन्धासनमित्याहुः गोरक्षासनमेव च अङ्गुष्ठमुष्टिकं ज्ञेयं ब्रह्मप्रसादितं तथा.
Vidunasana. Hold the right foot with the right hand and hold the left heel with the left hand. Breathe, buzzing subtly like a bee, both while inhaling and exhaling. Brahmari Pranayama. Engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize yourself as Swamiji.
गुल्फस्थितो पादमेकं प्रसार्य तत्पादाकं संस्थित्य तत्करेण गुल्फं चान्यं धारय तत्करेण धूनं पीठं चापिसे चोभियत्र.
Swarasana. Switch the legs, bringing the left leg forward with the toes pointing upwards. Palms are open, facing forward in Varamudra. Continue Brahmari Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles, Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself as Swamiji.
प्रसार्य एकं पादतलं संस्थाप्य त्वेकपादकं.
Vidunasana. In the same position, hold the toes, front toes, and hold the back heel with your hands. Continue Brahmari Pranayama. Engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize yourself as Swamiji.
गुल्फस्थितो पादमेकं प्रसार्य तत्पादाकं संस्थित्य तत्करेण गुल्फं चान्यं धारय तत्करेण धूनं पीठं चापिसे चोभियत्र.
Brahmanjarunkusasana. Bring your feet together, knees together, and sit on the heels with the palms resting on the knees facing upwards. Continue Brahmari Pranayama. Tuck your chin to the chest, Jalandhara Bandha. Visualize yourself as Swamiji.
दो पणापानी होय वैसे एड़ी दो उदानी वैसे कोरपकतल्या की माहिली आयुष माहेरा शेमिली.
Kapilasana. Place your knees on the ground, separated wide apart, hands on the respective knees. Gaze at the nose. Continue Brahmari Pranayama. Pull your stomach in and up, Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as Sage Kapila.
उभय पगदले समटहरावे तिनकी माहिली कोर मिलावे फणापानी उकड़ होय वैसे एड़ी दो उजोनी नि वैसे.
Bhadra Gorakhasana. Gaze at the third eye. Continue Brahmari Pranayama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself as Swamiji.
दो पगदले संपट करे कोरवारली भूपरि धरे कोरवारली रखे ऐसे तापरी मूल द्वारे टिके वैसे.
Suryasana. Lift your knees off the ground, separating the knees up and wide. Bring your fingers together, forming a lotus with your hand, and gaze through the palms in Padma Mudra. Continue Brahmari Pranayama. Pull your stomach in and up, Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize Sun God, Lord Surya.
एड़ी दो गुदा तेरी आने फणापानी बैठक पुनिटा ने गोड़ा जंग अदर करी रहे आड़े वाम इसी विधि गहे.
Mandukasana. Lower your arms and knees, relax your toes, and sit between the heels, palms on the respective knees. Press your tongue against the upper palate of your mouth in Manduki Mudra. Breathe normally through the nose, Sahaja Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles, Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself as a frog.
पादतलोपृष्ठदेशे अङ्गुष्ठे द्वे च संश्रय चानुयुग्मं पुरस्कृत्य साधयेन्मण्डुकासनम्
Uttana Manduka Asana. Bring your hands to the opposite shoulders. Continue Manduki Mudra, pressing the tongue against the upper part of the mouth. Breathe normally through the nose, Sahaja Pranayama. Pull your stomach in and up, Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as a frog.
मण्डुकासनमध्यहस्तं कुर्पराभ्यां धृतं शिरः एतद्भेकवदुत्थानम् एतदुत्थानमण्डुकम्
Simhasana. Cross your right ankle over the left. Place the right heel underneath the perineum. Bring your hands on the knees. As you exhale, stick your tongue out. Gaze at the nose. Breathe normally through the nose, Sahaja Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles. Visualize yourself as a lion.
दक्षिणं सव्यगुल्फेन दक्षिणेतरेतं हस्तौ जानो संस्थाप्य स्वाङ्गुलीः च प्रसार्य च
Bhadrasana. Keep the soles of your foot together and sit on the heels. Knees are wide. Cross the hands behind the back, holding the opposite toes in Prana Mudra. Gaze at the nose. Continue Brahmari Pranayama, buzzing subtly like a bee both while inhale and exhale. Tuck your chin to the chest, Jalandhara Bandha. Visualize yourself as Swamiji.
गुल्भौ च वर्षणस्यादौ व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितः पादाङ्गुष्ठोगराभ्यां च धृत्वा च पृष्ठदेशतः
Kakabhusandi Asana. Sit in a squatting position with the knees wide. Wrap your arms around the knees to lock your fingers behind in Parshamudra. Gaze at the nose. Continue Brahmari Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles. Visualize yourself as a crow.
प्रथमे बैसकौ कटाने दौ हदगवीचाने तिनको मोड़ी नल्या परिलावे पिष्टपछे कागसी करवे
Kanipavasana. Bring your palms on the floor, separated shoulder width apart. Bring your hips up and bring your knees above the elbows. Lift your toes and slightly lift your head, balancing yourself on the hands. Continue Brahmari Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles, Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself as Swamiji.
आसन गोगुण आशीतुष्टा होयि तो आची होयि
Kapali Asana. Bring your head to the ground, forming a tripod with your hand and head. Keep your knees on the elbows and stretch the legs straight up. Gaze at the nose. Continue Brahmari Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles. Visualize yourself as Swamiji.
शीर्षा धरती रेगी भगदो मिलिवा ऊंचा कुकरे आकाश दिशि से मुशराशे दो हाथा की हथेली दो पार्श्वत्या धरती टेको दृष्टि नासा अग्र
Relax. The pranayama in the next asanas will be Rechika. Inhale through the nose and hold for a short duration and exhale in a slow controlled way. Rechika pranayama. Starting with Parshvamayurasana. Bring your palms on the ground, shoulder width apart. Bring your knees to one side of the body and press the elbows to the knee and hip region. Lean the body forward and stretch the legs to the side. Gaze at the third eye. Breathe through the nose and exhale in a slow controlled way. Rechika pranayama. Engage perineum muscles, Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself as a peacock.
मयूरं दंडवत् कुर्यान् मायूरं दंडनामकं कुर्यान् मायूरं पार्श्वाभ्यां मायूरपार्श्वनामकम्
Repeating Parshvamayurasana. Keep your palms on the ground, shoulder width apart. Bring the knees to the other side of the body. Press the elbows to the knee and hip region and lean the body forward. Stretch the legs to the side, gaze at the third eye. Continue Rechika Pranayama, Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself as a peacock.
मयूरं दंडवत् कुर्यान् मायूरं दंडनामकं कुर्यान् मायूरं पार्श्वाभ्यां मायूरपार्श्वनामकम्
Bharaganathasana. From a plank position, bring your right leg over the shoulder with the right foot between the hands. Gaze at the third eye. Continue Rechika Pranayama, Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself as God Bharaganatha.
आसन गोगुण पीति जायि
Now switch your legs, bringing your left leg over the shoulder and left foot between the hands. Gaze at the third eye. Visualize yourself as Lord Bharaganatha.
आसन गोगुण पीति जायि
Unmukha Pithasana. From a Gajasana position, press your forearms down. Gaze at the third eye. Continue Rechika Pranayama, Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself as Swamiji.
भून्यस्थौ जानुर्निहस्तौ चतुष्पद वाङ्मुखम् उत्थापिताङ्घ्रियुगलकटिस्थलमभिरुका
Vasishthasana. Plant your right hand underneath your shoulders. Keep your hips raised up. Raise the left hand up in the air. Stack your legs. Gaze through the palm. Continue Rechika Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles. Visualize yourself as sage Vashishtha.
ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटवासिष्ठमरीचिहलमत्स्यकं परिवृत्तिं चोदरस्य विधं धनुरासनम्.
We'll repeat Vasishthasana. Keep your left hand underneath the shoulders. Right hand is up in the air. Keep the hips raised up and stack your legs. Gaze through the palm. Continue Rechika Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles. Visualize yourself as sage Vashishtha.
ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटवासिष्ठमरीचिहलमत्स्यकं परिवृत्तिं चोदरस्य विधं धनुरासनम्.
Anjani Asana. Stretch your legs straight. Keep your toes pointed. Keep your head, neck, and spine in a straight line and sit on upturned palms. Gaze at the nose. Engage perineum muscles and continue Rechika Pranayama. Visualize yourself as Bhagwan Hanuman.
दौ करके उभय हथेली कोरवार्ली मैले भेरे सो आगाने भूपरी दाशे महाने अंगुली मिली राशे.
Paschimottanasana. As you bend forward, keeping your spine straight, hold the big toes in Prana Mudra with the index and middle finger. Continue Rechika Pranayama. Engage all three bandhas. Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize yourself as Swamiji.
जानु परिललाटन्तो पश्चिमं ताणमुच्यते येन केन प्रकारेण सुखं च जायते.
Ugrasana. Interlace your fingers behind the head and bring your chest forward and head towards the knees. Engage Mahamudra Bandha, all three bandhas. Continue Rechika Pranayama. Visualize yourself as Mother Goddess Kali.
स्वपानिभ्यां दृढं धृत्वा जानुपरि शिरोन्यसेत् आसनोग्रमितं प्रोक्तं भवेदनिलदीपनम्.
Marichi Asana. Bring your right knee close to the chest and wrap your arms around the raised knee. Hold the hand behind the back. Continue Rechika Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles. Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself as sage Marichi.
उत्तानपादं क्रोञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गश्च प्रसारणे.
Mahamudra Asana. Lower the right knee to the floor and bring your chest forward and down and hold the toes with your hands. Continue Rechika Pranayama. Engage all three bandhas. Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize yourself as Swamiji.
डावा पग की एड़ी जोई सीवनी आनी लगावे सोई दक्षिण बदलामो जो बसारे तामे आने काग सीधारे.
Repeating Marichi Asana. This time bring the left knee to the chest and wrap arm around the left raised knee. Hold the hands behind the back. Continue Rechika Pranayama. Slow exhale. Engage perineum muscles. Visualize yourself as sage Marichi.
उत्तानपादं क्रोञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गश्च प्रसारणे.
Mahamudra Asana. Lower the left knee to the floor and bring your chest forward and down. Hold the toes with your hands. Continue Rechika Pranayama. Slow exhale. Engage all three bandhas. Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize yourself as Swamiji.
डावा पग की एड़ी जोई सीवनी आनी लगावे सोई दक्षिण बदलामो जो बसारे तामे आने काग सीधारे.
Bhadrasana. Bring your soles together and heels at the perineum. Hands will be holding the feet by their sides. Gaze at the third eye. Continue Rechika Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles. Visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava.
गुल्फौत प्रश्न साधः सीवन्त्या पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत पाद पार्श्वेतपानिभ्यां दृढं बद्ध्वा सुनिश्चलम्.
Pavasana. Keep your toes together and separate the heels apart. Hands will be on the knees. Gaze at the nose. Tuck your chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha. Visualize yourself as Swamiji. Hold the breath after completely inhaling and adopting the Jalandhara Bandha. Then exhale slowly.
पूर्व चरपट चौक का क्यों सोई वाही विद्यो की जी सोई यामी एड़ी भिन्न जल राशे अंगुल अठंत्रो राशे.
Yoni Asana. Hold the soles of your feet with all 10 fingers and bring your elbows to the ground near the shin. Lean the whole body forward. Gaze at the nose. Continue Rechika Pranayama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Yoni Mandala.
दो पगतली संपर्क करे एड़ी मेडिकेटिंग दरे अर्धा हाथ को अंतरराशे लाट पगतल्या उपरदाशे.
Midaki Pavasana. Bring your heels together and separate the toes apart. Bring your forehead on the ground near the heels. Arms to the side over the knees with the palms on the floor. Gaze at the nose. Continue Rechika Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles. Pull your stomach in and up. Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
दो पग पूर्व विधि परिपक्तली संपूर्ण शोली एडी मिली राशे एडियासु माहिलिकानी अगुलो दो आतरे लट धरती लगावे.
Siddha Samadhi Asana. Bring your arms between the thighs and shin with the palms facing upwards. Keep your nose close to the ground. Touch your throat with your toes. Gaze at the nose. Continue Rechika Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles. Visualize yourself as Paramashiva.
दो पगतली संपुट करें, सोले मेढ़ आगा मेधरे अंगुलाट अंतराशे एडी को ऐसे विदिदाशे.
Chinaki Pavasana. Bring your heels together. Separate the toes apart with the soles of the feet facing towards the sky. Keeping your back of fingers and hands on the ground. Bring your elbows on the knees. Gaze at the nose. Continue Rechika Pranayama. Slow exhale. Engage perineum muscles. Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself as Swamiji.
दो पका की एडी धरती मगिवा मेढ़ लगावे, पगतली माहिली को अंगूठा की सीधी सूधी जोड़े, बारली को अपना शिल्या राशे.
Charpat Chokasana. Sit up straight. Keep your soles together, hands on the knees, pressing the knees down. Gaze at the third eye. Continue Rechika Pranayama. Pull your stomach in and up. Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as Swamiji.
दो पगतली संपुट करे, आगा नेकर चार पसारे, घोड़ा भूसो लगदा राशे, हाथ दो घोड़ा परिदाशे.
Bhairavasana. Lift your heels off the ground with your toes down. Knees are wide on the ground with the hands by their side in Bindu Mudra. Pull your stomach in and up. Uddiyana Bandha. Continue Rechika Pranayama. Visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava.
गुलपर संबीड्य चान्योन्यम विक्रमेण तिदंशेनीहि, जानवो पार्श्वकृतो हस्तो दंडवत भैरवासनम.
Samanasana. Bring your right foot close to the chest. The left leg heel is at the perineum. Gaze at the third eye. Continue Rechika Pranayama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself as Swamiji.
समानासनमावक्षे सिद्धमंत्र साधना एक पादपुर तत्वा गुख्योन्लिंग वक्त्र के.
Apanasana. Bring your right knee over the shoulders, hands on the floor. Extend the left leg in the air. Avoid bending the left knee. Gaze at the third eye. Continue Rechika Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles. Visualize Swamiji.
क्या केवलं पादम् एकं च स्कन्धे चारोप्य ततः एकपादेन गगने तिष्ठेत दण्डवत् प्रभो.
Samanasana. This time, bring the right heel at the perineum and left foot close to the chest. Gaze at the third eye. Continue Rechika Pranayama. Mula Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
समानासनमावक्षे सिद्धमंत्र साधना एक पादपुर तत्वा गुख्योन्लिंग वक्त्र के.
Apanasana. Bring the left knee over the shoulders, hands on the floor. Extend the right leg in the air. Gaze at the third eye. Continue Rechika. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
केवलं पादम् एकं च स्कन्धे चारोप्य ततः एकपादेन गगने तिष्ठेत दण्डवत् प्रभो.
Gomukhasana. Stack your knees. Heels will be by the hip region. Both sitting bones on the mat. Fingers interlaced and resting on the knee. Breathe a hissing breath through the teeth. Exhale through the nose. This is Sitkari Pranayama. Continue Sitkari Pranayama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize cow's face.
सव्ये दक्षिणगुल्भन्तो वृषपार्श्वे नियोजे दक्षिणे पिता सव्यं गोमुखं गोमुखं मिथा.
Anasuyasana. Hold the big toes in Prana Mudra with the index and middle finger. Gaze at the nose. Continue Sitkari. Pull your stomach in and up. Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize Rishika Anasuya.
दक्षिण घोड़ो नीचो ठाने वावता के ऊपर आने, घोड़ा संधि मिलावे भारी, आड़ा बदबड़ी दे संधि बसारी.
Anusuyasana 2. Hold your hands behind the back, interlacing your fingers in Parshu Mudra. As you exhale, bring your chest down, chin over the knees, nose close to the ground. Continue Sitkari. Engage perineum muscles. Visualize Rishika Anusuya.
जीवना गोदा की संधि ऊपर डाबा, घोड़ा की संधि मिलाई राशे, घोड़ा से उले पकतल्यालो आड़वाई सुधा राशे.
Garudasana. Bring the right knee to the chest. Keep your hands on respective knees. Keep the spine straight. Gaze at the nose. Engage perineum muscles. Continue Sitkari. Visualize Garuda, eagle.
डाबो पग मोड़ी एड़ी माहिलो गुल्फ मूल द्वारिनी चैदे बैसे जीवनी पकतली धरती रेगी घोड़ो ऊंचो उभौ राशे.
Narasana. Interlace fingers behind your neck. Bring your elbows together and place them outside the raised knee. Gaze at the third eye. Continue Sitkari Pranayama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Sage Narada.
पिष्टि जवाब में पकतली केरी भूपिता ही लगावे फेरी, घोड़ा से दो फनो है जोई दजी पाशती राशे सोई.
Matsapitakasana. Bring your lower foot and place it on the thigh of the raised knee. Wrap arm around the legs. Holding opposite shin. Extend the hand down, holding the big toe in Prana Mudra. Continue Sitkari Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles. Visualize yourself as Matsya, fish avatar of Lord Vishnu.
वामेन वामांगुष्ठन्तो गृहीतमच पीठकं योनि वामेन संपीड्य मेढ्रहतपरि दक्षिणं.
Now we'll repeat Gomukhasana. Stack your knees, keeping your left knee stacked on top. Heels will be by the hip region, both sitting bones on the mat. Fingers interlaced in Parashumudra and resting on the knees. Breathe a hissing breath through the teeth. Exhale through the nose. Continue Sitkari. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize cow space.
सवे दक्षिणगुल्फन्तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोज्य दक्षिणे पिता सव्यं गोमुखं गोमुखमिथा
Anasuyasana. Remaining in same position, hold the big toes in Prana Mudra with the index and middle fingers. Gaze at the nose. Continue Sitkari. Pull your stomach in and up, Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize Rishika Anusuya.
दक्षिण घोड़ों नीचे उठाने वावोता के ऊपर आने घोड़ा संधि मिलावे भारी आड़ा पद अपनी देह संधि पसारी
Anusuyasana 2. Hold your hands behind the back in Parsha Mudra. As you exhale, bring your chest down, chin over the knees, and nose close to the ground. Continue Sitkari. Engage perineum muscles. Visualize Rishika Anusuya.
जीवना गोदा के संधि प्रडावा घोड़ा की संधि मिलाई राशे घोड़ा सेवले पकतल्यालो आड़वाई सुधाराशे
Garudasana. Bring your left knee to the chest and hands on the respective knees. Keep the spine straight, gaze at the nose. Continue Sitkari. Engage perineum muscles. Visualize Garuda, eagle.
डावो पग मोड़ी एड़ी माहिरो गुल्प मोलत बारी नी चाहिए वैसे जीवनी पकतली धरती टेगी घोड़ो ऊंचो भोराशे
Naradasana. Interlace your fingers behind your neck and bring your elbows together, placing them outside the raised knee. Gaze at the third eye. Continue Sitkari Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles. Mula Bandha. Visualize Sage Narada.
पिष्टी जो वाम पगदली गेरी भूपिरता ही लगावे फेरी घोड़ा सुदपनो है जोई दची पाशती राशे सोई
Matsyapitakasana. Bring your lower foot and place it on the thigh of the raised knee. Wrap your arm around the legs, holding the opposite shin. Extend the hand down, holding the big toe in Prana Mudra. Continue Sitkari. Engage perineum muscles. Mula Bandha. Visualize Matsya, fish avatar of Lord Vishnu.
वामे नवामांगुष्ठन्तु गृहीतमस्य बीटकं योनि वामे संपीड्य मेढत प्रदक्षिणम्
Matsyendrasana. Keeping one foot on the opposite thigh, put the elbow onto the thigh of the opposite raised knee and its palm holding the face. Twist outside the raised knee, keeping the other hand on the floor behind. Gaze at the third eye. Continue Sitkari Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles. Visualize Swamiji.
उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्ततः नम्राङ्गं वामपादं हि दक्षिणानुपरिन्यसेत्
Gubasana. Release the hand from the face, reaching for the toes. Raise the back hand, bringing the thumb to the ear. Gaze at the third eye. Continue Sitkari Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles. Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself as a camel.
आसन को गुण झोल हो जाइए
Matsyendrasana 2. Bring your front hand to hold the front shin. Release the back hand on the ground behind you and twist to look behind. Gaze at the third eye. Continue Sitkari Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles. Visualize yourself as Matsya, fish avatar of Lord Vishnu.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जठरपति त्र्यम्बचण्डवक्मण्डल खण्डनाथम् अभ्यासत कुण्डलिनी प्रबोधं दण्डस्थिरत्वं हि दादेवंसाम्
Repeating Matsyendra Asana, switching sides. Keeping one foot on the opposite thigh, put the elbow onto the thigh of the opposite raised knee and its palm holding the face. Twist outside the raised knee, keeping the other hand on the floor behind. Gaze at the third eye. Continue Sitkari Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles. Visualize Swamiji.
आसन को गुण झोल हो जाइए उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्ततः नम्राङ्गं वामपादं हि दक्षिणानुपरिन्यसेत्
Kubasana. Release the hand from the face, reaching for the toes, and raise the back hand, bringing the thumb to the ear. Gaze at the third eye. Continue Sitkari Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles. Visualize yourself as a camel.
आसन को गुण झोल हो जाइए
Matsyendrasana 2. Bring your front hand to hold the front shin. Release the back hand on the ground behind you. Twist to look behind. Gaze at the third eye. Continue Sitkari Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles. Visualize yourself as Matsya.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जठरपति त्र्यम्बचण्डवक्मण्डल खण्डनाथम् अभ्यासत कुण्डलिनी प्रबोधं दण्डस्थिरत्वं हि दादिपुंसाम्
Padmasana. Bring your feet onto the opposite thighs, hands on respective knees. Gaze at the nose. Press your tongue against the back of your teeth, inhaling through the mouth and exhaling through the nose. Sitili Pranayama. Engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize yourself as Paramashiva.
आसनं द्विविधं प्रोक्तं पद्मं वज्रासनं तथा ऊर्ध्वपरिचेद्यते उभयपादतले यथा
Padmasana 2. Hold the opposite toes in Prana Mudra. Press the tongue against the teeth, inhaling through the mouth and exhaling through the nose. Gaze at the nose. Engage perineum muscles. Visualize yourself as Mother Goddess Lakshmi.
उत्तानो चरणौ कृत्वा उरु संस्थो प्रततः उरुमध्ये ततो तानो पाणी कृत्वा तु तादृशौ.
Kukutasana. Remaining in Padmasana, insert your arms through the legs, balancing yourselves on the hand. Gaze at the third eye. Breathe, hissing a breath through the teeth and exhale through the nose. Sitkari pranayama. Engage perineum muscles. Visualize yourself as a rooster.
धरां पद्मासनं सुसंस्थाप्य नान्वरोरन्तरे करो निवेश भूमवासिष्ठे द्व्योमस्तः कुक्कुटासनः.
Badakeki asana. Remaining in Padmasana, rise onto your knees. Palms on the floor, fingers facing you, elbows into the abdomen. Lean your body onto the elbows and lift the knees and head up. Gaze at the third eye. Breathe normally through the nose. Sahaja pranayama. Engage perineum muscles. Visualize Swamiji.
धरामष्टभेगरद्देन तत्कूर्परिस्थापिता नाभिपार्श्वः उच्चासनो तन्नवदुति तर्केमायुरमेतत् प्रवदन्ति पीठं मयूरं पद्मकं कुर्यात् बद्धकेकी कथ्यते.
Mayurasana. From Badakeki, extend your legs behind, floating your feet upwards. Gaze at the third eye. Breathe normally through the nose. Engage perineum muscles. Visualize peacock.
अथ वक्षे महादेव मयूरासनमुत्तमं भूमौ निपते हस्तौ द्वौ कूर्परोपरि देहकम्.
Makarasana. Lay on the floor. Bring your foreheads on the ground. Interlace your fingers behind your head in Parashumudra. Open your legs with the toes pointing to the sides. Breathe normally through the nose. Sahaja. Engage perineum muscles. Visualize crocodile.
अध्यासेते हृदयं निधाय भूमौ च पादौ च प्रसार्यमाणौ शिरश्च धृत्वा करदण्डयुग्मे देहाग्निकारं मकरासनं तते.
Labhasana. Keep your hands on the ground under the shoulders. Keep your legs together and raise the thighs and feet off the floor. Avoid bending the knees. Breathe normally through the nose. Sahaja pranayama. Engage perineum muscles. Visualize locust.
अध्यासेशिरेकयुग्म वक्ष भूमिवशभिकरो स्थलाभ्यं पादौ च शून्ये च वितस्य चोर्ध्वं वदन्ति पीठं शलभं मुनीन्द्राः.
Uttarasana. With your hands, hold on to your feet and press the heels to the hip region. Contract your abs and mouth. Breathe normally through the nose. Sahaja pranayama. Engage perineum muscles. Mula bandha. Visualize camel.
अध्यासेते पदयुग्मस्तं प्रश्ननिन्दायापि धृतं कराभ्याम् आकुञ्चेत् समुद्रास्य गाढमुष्टं च पीठं योगिनो वदन्ति.
Dhanurasana. With your hands, hold on to the respective feet. Raise your chest and thighs, bending your body like a bow as you balance yourself on the lower belly. Breathe normally through the nose. Sahaja pranayama. Engage perineum muscles. Visualize yourself as a bow.
प्रसारपादौ भूयिदण्डरूपो करो च प्रषेधः पादयुग्मं कृताधनस्थूलिवर्तिताङ्गं निगद्य योगी धनुरासनं तत्.
Bhagasana. Raise yourself up. Keep the heels outside of the hip region. Sit on the knees with the toes beneath the perineum. Rest the palms on the respective knees. Gaze at the third eye. Breathe normally through the nose. Sahaja pranayama. Engage perineum muscles. Mula bandha. Visualize yourself as Swamiji.
उल्टा मोड़ी पाव दो बैसे भरोज करे एक आई से पावन में लागुल पुचो हो कलापास तिला वैसो.
Gohi asana. Hold opposite elbows on the ground, interlacing your fingers. Bring the crown of your head on the ground. Hands will be supporting the head. Walk your feet in and press the hips up, aligning the hips over the shoulders. Lift the feet up. Calves and thighs will be together. Bring your heels on the hip region. Gaze at the nose. Breathe normally through the nose. Sahaja pranayama. Engage perineum muscles. Mula bandha. Visualize yourself as Swamiji.
दो हाथ की कहुनी जो ये पुनिह कलाई जाने दो ये पिष्टी अंगुरिया की पुन जानो ऐसा बले भू ऊपर ठानो.
Shirsasana. Now extend your feet straight up. Continue gazing at the nose. Breathe normally through the nose. Sahaja pranayama. Engage perineum muscles. Mula bandha. Visualize yourself as Swamiji.
विपरीतं मण्डलं च द्विधे विदितं हिनादण्डासनं द्विधा प्रोक्तं विपरीतोपवेशने.
Bodhyasana. In a seated position, lift your legs up straight. Keep your chest close to the thighs. Hands will be holding the calves and the head will be close to the knees. Continue Bhastrika pranayama. Rapidly, forcefully inhale and exhale through the nose into the chest region. Engage perineum muscles. Mula bandha. Visualize yourself as Swamiji.
दो हाथ बग बाहर आने घोड़ा तरे कागसी ठाने अंगुष्ठ पिंडली लगता धरे चरणों उभे आकाश से सीकरे.
Parighasana. Bring your hands to the opposite shoulders. Keep your legs together at a 45 degree from the ground. Continue Bhastrika pranayama. Engage perineum muscles. Visualize yourself as a mace.
उत्तानं शयनं कृत्वा पादौ मिलित्वा प्रसारयन्तं भूमौ स्पृष्टः हस्ताभ्यां कतरां बन्ध्वा कुम्भकं कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् परिघासनं भवति.
Now Makasana. Maintain your legs at a 45-degree angles from the ground. Bring your elbows and palm on the ground or stretch your arms, bringing your palm very close to the knees. Continue Bhasrika Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles, Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself as a boat.
उत्तानशयनं कुर्वराभ्यां भूमिमावशभ्यः स्तोनितमं निधाय शिरोरुजङ्गापादन्दण्डवद्धारयेत् नौकासनं भवति.
Rudrasana. Sit up, keeping your back straight. Reach your hands through the legs. Bring your soles together and bring it close to the chest. Gaze at the nose. Continue Bhasrika Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles, Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself as Lord Rudra.
पगतली संपुट कर हाथ से उपगोचागी पगा का अंगूठा दो लेवु करली तानी का तालवे.
Unmukha Pitasana. Lay on your back. Keep your heels close to the hip region and hold your legs with your hands. Press your hips up. Completely inhale and now hold the breath as you tuck your chin close to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha and exhale slowly. Murcha Kumbhaka. Visualize yourself as Swamiji.
ऊर्ध्वे च जानुनी कृत्वा शवित्वोर्मुखं तथा उत्तभ्यः पीठोन्मुखनामके.
Shivasana. Stretch out your arms and legs. Keep your palms facing upwards. Draw the Kundalini Shakti throughout your body in Shakti Chalana Mudra. Completely relax the whole body, making it motionless. Visualize yourself as Paramashiva. Visualize yourself as Swamiji.
उत्तानं शयद्भूमौ शयनं च शिवासनं शिवासनं विश्रान्ति हरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारकम्.
Start to wiggle your fingers and toes. Stretch your arms and legs out. Stretch your body side to side. Rock yourself to a comfortable seated position. Bring your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Hands together in front of the heart in Namaskara Mudra. Very shortly we'll close with the Purna Mantra and bow down to the feet of Swamiji, our beloved Guru, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam, and will be offering our gratitude and surrender and will be receiving His grace, guidance and blessings. Now we'll close with the Purna Mantra.
Om पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते. ओम शांति शांति शांतिः. हरि ओम तत्सत्. सर्वं भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव पादुकार्पणमस्तु. ओम नित्यानंदम्.
Thank you. We'll be joining very shortly with the next routine in the lifestyle of Kailasa, morning puja, Guru Puja. Please stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Humanity has reached a level, we have evolved enough technology to provide food, clothes, shelter, medical care, all the fundamental basic needs for all 8 billion people. One side the homes foreclosure and the homes are just locked without people. The other side millions are in the platforms homeless. One side tons of food is getting wasted and getting destroyed to maintain the price. The other side millions dying without food. Millions of clothes used only once is dumped into ocean because people don't know what to do with it. I have decided Kailasa is going to pick up a project. I call that project as Ishanya, collecting these things which is getting dumped and wasted, which is in turn becoming hazard for the nature, and distributing it to the place and countries, people for whom it's a great boon. In this Chaturmasya alone, we will be able to bring 1 crore people out of poverty. Humanity has reached a level, we have evolved enough technology to provide food, clothes, shelter, medical care, all the fundamental basic needs for all 8 billion people. One side the homes foreclosure and the homes are just locked without people. The other side, millions are in the platforms homeless. One side, tons of food is getting wasted and getting destroyed to maintain the price. The other side, millions dying without food. Millions of clothes used only once is dumped into ocean because people don't know what to do with it. I have decided Kailasa is going to pick up a project. I call that project as Ishanya, collecting these things which is getting dumped and wasted, which is in turn becoming hazard for the nature, and distributing it to the place and countries, people for whom it's a great boon. In this Chaturmasya alone, we will be able to bring 1 crore people out of poverty. Humanity has reached a level, we have evolved enough technology to provide food, clothes, shelter, medical care, all the fundamental basic needs for all 8 billion people. One side the homes foreclosure and the homes are just locked without people. The other side, millions are in the platforms homeless. One side, tons of food is getting wasted and getting destroyed to maintain the price. The other side, millions dying without food. Millions of clothes used only once is dumped into ocean because people don't know what to do with it. I have decided Kailasa is going to pick up a project. I call that project as Ishanya, collecting these things which is getting dumped and wasted, which is in turn becoming hazard for the nature, and distributing it to the place and countries, people for whom it's a great boon. In this Chaturmasya alone, we will be able to bring 1 crore people out of poverty.
Nithyanandam, welcome back. We'll be going ahead with Kailasa's lifestyle, the morning routine. Our next routine is Guru Puja. Now let us look at the significance of Guru Puja. Lord Paramashiva, the primordial Hindu divinity, has revealed the truths about Puja, the truth about Guru Puja. In Guru Gita, that is the song of the Guru, where Lord Paramashiva engages in a dialogue with Devi Parvati, Devi Paramashiva Shakti, is recorded in Guru Gita in Skanda Purana. In the 20th verse of the Guru Gita, Lord Paramashiva reveals, Yo Guruha sa Shivaha, Prokto ya Shivaha sa Guruhu Smritiha. It is translated as, He who is Guru is Shiva himself. So declare the scriptures. And the truth that Shiva is Guru is reminded in the Smritis, the remembered scriptures. Further, Lord Paramashiva himself declares, Durlabham Trishu Lokeshu Tak Shunashva vadameham. Guru Brahma Vinananya Satyam Satyam Varanane. Here, Lord Paramashiva is addressing to Mother Goddess Paramashiva Shakti as Parvati. He is addressing to Devi Paramashiva Shakti as, O lovely face one, listen to my words and trust, for this truth is most rare and unknown to anyone else in the three worlds. Guru is Brahman, the pure cosmic consciousness, the source of all that is, and none other than Brahman itself. This is the truth. This is the truth. I declare. Our scriptures have recorded the truths in a very condensed, compact way. Anybody who has read Sanskrit verses will know that the Sanskrit words are highly compact. They are joined together, and in a single word, the concepts which are communicated are more than a sentence long, sometimes more than a paragraph long. When we talk about the Mahavakyas, such as Aham Brahmasmi, only 2 words, but we can write a thesis on just these 2 words. In very few words, so many concepts are communicated, so many concepts are transmitted. But here, Lord Paramashiva is repeating the word Satyam, truth. This is the truth. Satyam Satyam Varanane. This is the truth. This is the truth. I declare. This emphasis is not a mistake. It is a very intentional repetition. Surely, Paramashiva wants to emphasize and make us understand that this is really the truth. Guru is Brahman, the pure cosmic consciousness, the source of all that is. This is the truth. This is the truth. I declare. So now let us hear the importance of morning puja from our beloved Guru himself. Let us now hear from Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, the significance of Guru Puja.
The aggregate I was shocked when I was reading some of the research reports science reveals about DNA. The agriculture lifestyle, eating rice and drinking milk, has given us such huge breakthrough for the human DNA. Brain started growing bigger and multiple benefits have started happening. That was one of the main reasons why human beings have become supremate beings. Why our species have conquered the planet. I tell you, if you start doing puja every day, your internal organs, intra-organs and physical body absorbs the DNA of Paramashiva, bio-memory of Paramashiva. Bioenergy of Paramashiva fills you and manifests in bio-memory of you. Bioenergy of Paramashiva manifests in your bioenergy. Biomemory of Paramashiva manifests in your biomemory. Muscle memory of Paramashiva manifests in your muscle memory. you will manifest the state, space, powers and being of Paramashiva. I can give you 1,000,000 reasons, 1,000,000,000 evidences. All the great achievements of Hindus, all the great contributions of Hindus to the world is from puja. It is puja, which is the core component of Hinduism. Understand? Temple is not just organization for us. No, it is God's home. Deity is God's body. We don't do idol worship. We do deity worship. We don't worship idols. We worship God through idols. Somebody asked me, why do we pour milk on the Shivalinga? I said, no, we pour on Paramashiva. It falls on Shivalinga. We pour on Paramashiva. It falls on Shivalinga. We worship God through deity. Understand? Puja makes you manifest extraordinary powers. It fills your biomemory with Paramashiva's biomemory.
Now, we just heard directly from the supreme point of Hinduism the significance of puja. Now, we'll be moving on to the next routine of Kailasa's lifestyle, the morning Guru Puja. Lord Paramashiva, in the 80th verse of Guru Gita, has said, Guru Reva Jagat Sarvam, Brahma Vishnu Shivatmakam, Guroha Paratram Nasti, Tasmat Sampujet Gurum. Indeed, the Guru is the whole universe. There is nothing higher than the Guru. Therefore, worship the Guru. So now, let us worship the Guru in our next segment, Guru Puja. We'll be back very shortly. Please get your puja kits and you can join us in the morning Guru Puja. Thank you. Nithyanandam.
Humanity has reached a level, we have evolved enough technology to provide food, clothes, shelter, medical care, all the fundamental basic needs for all 8 billion people. One side the homes foreclosure and the homes are just locked without people. The other side, millions are in the platforms, homeless. One side, tons of food is getting wasted and getting destroyed to maintain the price. The other side, millions dying without food. Millions of clothes used only once is dumped into ocean. Because people don't know what to do with it. I have decided Kailasa is going to pick up a project. I call that project as Ishanya. Collecting these things which is getting dumped and wasted, which is in turn becoming hazard for the nature, and distributing it to the place and countries, people for whom it's a great boon. In this Chaturmasya alone, we will be able to bring 1 crore people out of poverty. Humanity has reached a level, we have evolved enough technology to provide food, clothes, shelter, medical care, all the fundamental basic needs for all 8 billion people. One side the homes foreclosure and the homes are just locked without people. The other side millions are in the platforms homeless. One side tons of food is getting wasted and getting destroyed to maintain the price. The other side millions dying without food. Millions of clothes used only once is dumped into ocean because people don't know what to do with it. I have decided Kailasa is going to pick up a project. I call that project as Ishanya, collecting these things which is getting dumped and wasted, which is in turn becoming hazard for the nature, and distributing it to the place and countries, people for whom it's a great boon. In this Chaturmasya alone, we will be able to bring 1 crore people out of poverty. Humanity has reached a level, we have evolved enough technology to provide food, clothes, shelter, medical care, all the fundamental basic needs for all 8 billion people. One side the homes foreclosure and the homes are just locked without people. The other side millions are in the platforms homeless. One side tons of food is getting wasted and getting destroyed to maintain the price. The other side millions dying without food. Millions of clothes used only once is dumped into ocean because people don't know what to do with it. I have decided Kailasa is going to pick up a project. I call that project as Ishanya, collecting these things which is getting dumped and wasted, which is in turn becoming hazard for the nature, and distributing it to the place and countries, people for whom it's a great boon. In this Chaturmasya alone, we will be able to bring 1 crore people out of poverty. Humanity has reached a level, we have evolved enough technology to provide food, clothes, shelter, medical care, all the fundamental basic needs for all 8 billion people. One side the homes foreclosure and the homes are just locked without people. The other side millions are in the platforms homeless. One side tons of food is getting wasted and getting destroyed to maintain the price. The other side millions dying without food. Millions of clothes used only once is dumped into ocean because people don't know what to do with it. I have decided Kailasa is going to pick up a project. I call that project as Ishanya, collecting these things which is getting dumped and wasted, which is in turn becoming hazard for the nature, and distributing it to the place and countries, people for whom it's a great boon. In this Chaturmasya alone, we will be able to bring 1 crore people out of poverty. Humanity has reached a level, we have evolved enough technology to provide food, clothes, shelter, medical care, all the fundamental basic needs for all 8 billion people. One side the homes foreclosure and the homes are just locked without people. The other side, millions are in the platforms homeless. One side, tons of food is getting wasted and getting destroyed to maintain the price. The other side, millions dying without food. Millions of clothes used only once is dumped into ocean because people don't know.
Nithyanandam. Before we begin the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, please declare the following statements with integrity and authenticity. If you agree, please say yes loudly. I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand, and declare the truth with integrity that cosmic energy exists. Yes, I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand, and declare the truth that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the Chinmaya Vigraha, the embodiment and representation of that very cosmic energy. Yes, I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand, and declare the truth that whatever I offer in the Pratyaksha Pada Puja at the divine lotus feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, will reach a cosmic source of energy directly. Yes, I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand, and declare the truth of Soham Asmi, that even when I worship, I am Him. Yes. We will now begin the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. Please be in a space of deep, restful awareness and gratitude in your Ananda Gandha Chakra. Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrusham Tattvamasya Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Samarambham Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Madhyamam Nithyananda Pariyantam Vande Guru Paramparam Lalate Tripundri Nitiladhita Kasturi Tilakaha Spuran Maladhara Spurita Katikaupi Navasanaha Tadano Dushtaram Chirasi Vanirajam Chishikalam Pradipas Sarvesham Arunagiri Yogi Vijayate. Achamya Om Atmadattvam Shodhayami Svadha Dhyadattvam Shodhayami Svadha Shivadattvam Shodhayami Svadha Mamridaya Namaha. Shuklam Bharadaram Vishnum Shashivarnam Chaturbhujam Prasanavadanam Dhyayet Sarva Vignopashantayet Prananayamya ओम हम ईशानमूर्ताय नमः ओम हिम तत्पुरुषशक्तिरे नमः ओम हुम मुगुरुदयाय नमः ओम हिम वामदेव्याय नमः ओम हम सज्जोदातमूर्ते नमः ओम मृदयाय नमः ओम ह्रीं शिरसे नमः ओम हूं शिखाय नमः ओम हैं कवचाय नमः ओम नेत्रेभ्यो नमः ओम हस्त्राय नमः ओम हम ईशानमूर्ताय नमः ओम हिम तत्पुरुषशक्तिरे नमः ओम हुम मुगुरुदयाय नमः ओम हिम वामदेव्याय नमः ओम हम सज्जोदातमूर्ते नमः ओम मृदयाय नमः ओम ह्रीं शिरसे नमः ओम हूं शिखाय नमः ओम हैं कवचाय नमः ओम नेत्रेभ्यो नमः ओम हस्त्राय नमः ओम हम ईशानमूर्ताय नमः ओम हिम तत्पुरुषशक्तिरे नमः ओम हुम मुगुरुदयाय नमः ओम हिम वामदेव्याय नमः ओम हम सज्जोजातमूर्ते नमः ओम हृदयाय नमः ओम ह्रीं शिरसे नमः ओम हूं शिखाय नमः ओम हैं कवचाय नमः ओम नेत्रेभ्यो नमः ओम हस्त्राय नमः नमोपात्त समस्त दुरितक्षयद्वारा भगवच्छ्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रीत्यर्थम श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव प्रीत्यर्थम च शुभे शोभने मुहूर्ते आद्य ब्राह्मणः द्वितीय परार्धे श्री श्वेतवराह कल्पे वैवस्वतमन्वन्तरे अष्टाविंशतितमे नित्ययुगे प्रथमे पादे जम्बूद्वीपे भारतवर्षे भरतखण्डे मेरोः दक्षिणे पार्श्वे शकाब्दे अस्मिन् वर्तमाने व्यवहारिके प्रभवादीनां षष्ट्याः संवत्सराणां मध्ये शुभकृतनाम संवत्सरे उत्तर दक्षिणायने लक्ष्मीवेङ्कटेश्वर ऋतौ तुलामासे कृष्णपक्षे एकादश्यां शुभतिथौ शुक्रवासरे युक्तायां मघानक्षत्र शुक्लयोग बलवकर्ण एवं गुणविशेषण विशिष्टायाम् अस्यां शुभतिथौ श्री कैलासोन्नत द्वादशांत श्यामला पीठारूढ़ श्री मीनाक्षी सुंदरेश्वराभिन्न स्वरूप परशिवपुत्र रत्नकुमार गुरुमन्यतुल्यावतार श्री पार्वती स्तन्यपानलब्ध दिव्यज्ञान विश्रुत सकल निगमागम सारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत्परमशिव करुणा समधिगत मुक्तामय सुदुरेश्रेया निगीयमान छत्र चामर श्री चिन्ह काहलादि समस्त विरडावल्यलंकृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संग सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्ययापवर्ग वर्ष विश्रान जीमूत परमत कलभकेसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्री राजाधिराज पांड्य महाराज गुरु क्षपन शाख्यादि महांधकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु वीक्षणा नरहार ध्वजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद वृषभध्वज स्थापक शैव समय कर्तृ सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ़ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामिनाम अवतारभूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामला पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ तृणवत्युत्तर द्विशतम गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विशतम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्यमंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य रचित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कत्र साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वतमनु इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र शूरसेन इत्याद्यनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूड़ामणे साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणिपीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्रतम अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्गपुर स्वर्ण पीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगद्गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत् परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमज्जगद्गुरु श्रीलश्री भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थम तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्तिसिद्ध्यर्थम गुरुकृपाकटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थम क्षेमस्थैर्य वीर्य विजय आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्यानां अभिवृद्ध्यर्थं धर्मार्थकाममोक्षचतुर्विधफलपुरुषार्थसिद्ध्यर्थं मम समस्तदुरितोपशान्त्यर्थं समस्तमङ्गलावाप्यर्थं भगवच्छ्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवप्रसादेन सकुटुम्बस्य ज्ञानवैराग्यजीवन्मुक्तिप्राप्त्यर्थं श्री नित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिवशक्तिसमेत श्री नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिव अवतारभूत श्री सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूप भगवन् श्री नित्यानन्द परमशिव प्रत्यक्षपादपूजां करिष्ये। ओम अपोपस्पृश्य कंठानादम् आगमार्तं तु देवानां गमनार्तं तु राक्षसां कंठानादं करों यादो देवताह्वानलाञ्छनं कंठादेवताभ्यो नमः। मानसपूजा। ॐ हृत्पद्ममासनं दद्यात् सहस्रारच्युतामृतैः पाद्यं चरणयोर्दद्यात् मनस्तु अर्घ्यं निवेदयेत् तेनामृतेन आचमनीयं स्नानीयं तेन च स्मृतम् आकाशतत्त्वं वस्त्रं स्यात् गन्धः स्यात् गन्धतत्त्वकं चित्तं प्रकल्पयेत् पुष्पं धूपं प्राणान् प्रकल्पयेत् तेजस्तत्त्वं च दीपार्थं नैवेद्यं स्यात् सुधाम्बुधिः अनाहतध्वनिर्घण्टा वायुतत्त्वं च चामरं सहस्रारं भवेच्छत्रं शब्दतत्त्वं च गीतकं नृत्यमिन्द्रियकर्माणि चाञ्चल्यं मनसस्तथा सुमेकलां पद्ममालां पुष्पं नानाविधं तथा अमायाद्यैर्भावपुष्पैः अर्चयेद्भावगोचरम् अमायम् अनहङ्कारम् अरागम् अमधं तथा अमोहगम् अदम्बं च अद्वेषाक्षोभकौ तथा अमात्सर्यम् अलोभं च दशपुष्पं विदुर्बुधाः अहिंसा परमं पुष्पं पुष्पमिन्द्रियनिग्रहः दयापुष्पं क्षमापुष्पं ज्ञानपुष्पं च पञ्चमम् इति पञ्चदशैर्भावपुष्पैः सम्पूजयेत् भगवन्तं श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवम्। उपचार पूजा। आसनम् ॐ सर्वभूतान्तरस्थाय सर्वभूतान्तरात्मने कल्पयाम्युपवेशार्थम् आसनं ते नमो नमः। ॐ ह्रीं इदं सुवर्णासनं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय नमः। स्वागतम्। ॐ शान्तत्वात् सर्वकर्तृत्वा भावो परतिकारणात् शिवोक्तो महातन्त्रमन्त्रविद्भिः सदा शिवः तस्मै शिवाय गुरवे वीतरागकलाय वै अमेयत्वात्तनन्तोऽयम् अजत्वाच्च प्रकीर्तितः यस्य दर्शनमिच्छन्ति देवाः स्वाभीष्टसिद्धये तस्मै ते परमेशान स्वागतं स्वागतं प्रभो। अद्य मे सफलं जन्म जीवनं सफला क्रियाः स्वागतं यत्त्वया तन्मे तपसां फलमागतम्। ॐ ह्रीं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूप भगवन् श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिव स्वागतं सुस्वागतं ते। पाद्यम् ॐ यद्भक्तिलेश संपर्कात् परमानन्दसंप्लवः
तस्मै ते परमेशान पाद्यं शुद्धाय कल्पयेत्। ॐ ह्रीं एतत् पाद्यं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय नमः। अर्घ्यः ॐ दुर्वाक्षतसमायुक्तं बिल्वपत्रं तथा परं शोभनं शङ्खपात्रस्थं गृहाणार्घ्यं महेश्वर। ॐ ह्रीं एषोऽर्घ्यः सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय स्वाहा। आचमनीयम् ॐ मन्दाकिन्यास्तु यद्वारी सर्वपापहरं शुभं ग्रहाणाचमनीयं त्वं मया भक्त्या निवेदितम्। ॐ ह्रीं इदम् आचमनीयोदकं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय स्वधा। मधुपर्कः ॐ सर्वकल्मषनाशाय परिपूर्णशुद्धात्मकं मधुपर्कमिमं देव कल्पयामि प्रसीद मे। ॐ ह्रीं एष मधुपर्कः सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय स्वधा। गन्धतैलम् ॐ इदं शुषि स्नेहं ग्रहाण स्नेहेन लोकानां हितकारक सर्वलोकेषु शुद्धस्त्वं ददामि स्नेहमुत्तमम्। ॐ ह्रीं इदं गन्धतैलं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय निवेदयामि। स्नानीयम् ॐ इदं सुशीतलं वारी स्वच्छं शुद्धं मनोहरं स्नानार्थं ते मया भक्त्या कल्पितं प्रतिगृह्यताम्। ॐ ह्रीं इदं स्थानीयोदकं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय निवेदयामि। वस्त्रम् ॐ भायाचित्रपटाचिन्न निजगुह्योरुतेजसे निरावरणविज्ञाय वासस्ते कल्पयाम्यहम्। ॐ ह्रीं इदं वस्त्रोत्तरीयं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय निवेदयामि। आभरणम् ॐ स्वभावसुन्दराङ्गाय नानाशक्त्याश्रयाय ते सुवर्णं भूषणं तुभ्यं कल्पयामि प्रसीद मे। ॐ ह्रीं इदं सुवर्णाभरणं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्द परमशिवाय निवेदयामि। गन्धः ॐ शरीरं ते न जानामि चेष्टां नैव च मया निवेदितान् गन्धान् प्रतिगृह्य विलिप्यताम्। ॐ ह्रीं एषद्गन्धः सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्द परमशिवाय नमः। पुष्पम् ॐ तुरीयवनसम्पन्नं नानागुणमनोहरम् आनन्दसौरभं पुष्पं गृह्यताम् इदमुत्तमम्। ॐ ह्रीं एतानि सचन्दनपुष्पाणि सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय नमः। बिल्वपत्रम् ॐ अमृतोद्भवं श्रीवृक्षं शङ्करस्य सदा प्रियं बिल्वपत्रं प्रयच्छामि पवित्रं ते सुरेश्वर। ॐ ह्रीं एतानि सचन्दनबिल्वपत्राणि सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय वौषटे। तुलसीपत्रम् ॐ नमस्ते बहुरूपाय वरदमूर्तये परमात्मने स्वाहा। ॐ ह्रीं इदं सचन्दनतुलसीपत्रं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय नमः। धूपः ॐ वनस्पतिरसो दिव्यो गन्धाद्य सुमनोहरः आग्रेयः सर्वदेवानां धूपोऽयं प्रतिगृह्यताम्। ॐ ह्रीं एष धूपः सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय नमः। दीपः ॐ सुप्रकाशो महादीपः सर्वदस्तिमिरापः सबाह्याभ्यन्तरज्योतिर्दीपोऽयं प्रतिगृह्यताम्। ॐ ह्रीं एष दीपः सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय नमः। नैवेद्यम् ॐ नैवेद्यं विविधं देव शर्करादिविनिर्मितं मया निवेदितं भक्त्या ग्रहाण परमेश्वर। ॐ ह्रीं इदं सोपकर्णनैवेद्यं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय निवेदयामि। पानीयम् ॐ समस्तदेवदेवेश सर्वतृप्तिकरं परम् अखण्डानन्दसम्पूर्णं ग्रहाण जलमुत्तमम्। ॐ ह्रीं इदं पानार्थोदकं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय नमः। पुनराचमनीयम् ॐ उच्छिष्टमप्यशुचिर्वा यस्य स्मरणमात्रतः शुद्धिमाप्नोति तस्मै ते पुनराचमनीयकम्। ॐ ह्रीं इदं पुनराचमनीयोदकं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय स्वाहा। Please be in a meditative space of deep restful awareness and gratitude as we offer the Adikarti and the Deeparadhana. जगद्गुरुः महात्मा सर्वभूतात्मा तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः। ईश्वरो गुरुरात्मेति वेदविभागिने व्योमहत्यात्मदेहाय दक्षिणामूर्तये नमः। नित्यानन्दं सर्वसुखदं केवलं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्याधिलक्ष्यं सर्वधी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि। पुष्पाञ्जलिं समर्पयामि भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव चरणकमलेभ्यो नमः। ॐ नित्यानन्दं
सर्वभूतात्मन् स्वामी ओम श्री नित्यानंदा ओम श्री नित्यानंदा स्वामी जय जय नित्यानंदा लोकनाथ स्थितकाशो भगवान कलिकल्मषनाना नित्या उदाहरण चिकीर्षया स्वामी ओम जय नित्यानंदा। ध्यानेस्तथा शुद्ध ज्ञानस्य मार्गो प्रदर्शितो नित्या स्वामी जय जय नित्यानंदा ओम श्री नित्यानंदा स्वामी जय जय नित्यानंदा लोकनाथ स्थितकाशो भगवान कलिकल्मषनाना नित्या उदाहरण चिकीर्षया स्वामी ओम जय नित्यानंदा। नित्यमभेददृष्ट्या कुरु नित्यानन्दा स्वामी नित्यानन्दा चतुराश्रमधर्मविहीन शान्ता चतुराश्रमधर्मविहीन शान्ता ध्यानविधूतचित्ता स्वामी ओम जय नित्यानंदा ओम श्री नित्यानंदा स्वामी जय जय नित्यानंदा लोकनाथ स्थितकाशो भगवान कलिकल्मषनाना नित्या उदाहरण चिकीर्षया स्वामी ओम जय नित्यानंदा। मानस्वधामनि नित्या सतगुरु नित्यानंदा स्वामी सतगुरु नित्या स्वामी ओम जय नित्यानंदा ओम जय नित्यानंदा स्वामी जय जय नित्यानंदा लोकनाथ श्रीकाशो भगवान कलिकल्पशनाता नित्या उद्धारण चिकीर्षया स्वामी ओम जय नित्यानंदा सर्वधर्म प्रणेतारं नित्या विनाशकं स्वामी विनाशकं साधुमित्र शिव नित्यानन्दं साधुमित्र शिव नित्यानन्दं शान्तं नमाम्यहम् स्वामी जय जय नित्यानन्दम् ओम जय नित्यानन्दा स्वामी जय जय नित्यानन्दा लोकनाथ श्रीकाशो भगवान कलिकल्पशनाता नित्या उद्धारण चिकीर्षया स्वामी ओम जय नित्यानंदा शांतरस्तं परमार्थतत्त्वं तेजोमय दर्शयसि स्वरूपं तेजोमय दर्शयसि स्वरूपं त्वमादिदेवो नित्या स्वामी जय जय नित्यानंदा ओम जय नित्यानंदा स्वामी जय लोकनाथ श्रीकाशो भगवान कलिकल्पशनाता नित्या उद्धारण चिकीर्षया स्वामी ओम जय नित्यानंदा षडंग योगो नयतः सुसाध्यो सुलभो नयस्मात् सुलभो नयस्मात् गरीयसि ध्यानतत्करो स्यात् गरीयसि ध्यानतत्करो स्यात् तज्ज्ञापकस्त्वं नित्या स्वामी ओम जय नित्यानंदा ओम जय नित्यानंदा स्वामी जय जय नित्यानंदा लोकनाथ श्रीकाशो भगवान कलिकल्पशनाता नित्या उद्धारण चिकीर्षया स्वामी ओम जय नित्यानंदा ध्यायन्ति गायन्ति नमन्ति नित्यं विष्णु शिवदेवा नित्यं विष्णु शिवदेवा कैलासवासा Swami Om Jai Nithyananda. Om Jai Nithyananda. Swami Jai Jai Nithyananda. Lokanath Sthita Kasho Bhagavan Kalikalvashana Nitya Uttarana Jigeshaya. Swami Om Jai Nithyananda. Vande Jagadbijamkhandamekam Surasevitamadapeedam Nityasevitamadapeedam. Vande Bhavesham Bhavarogavaidhyam. Vande Bhavesham Bhavarogavaidhyam. Tameva Vande Nityam. Swami Om Jai Nithyananda. Om Jai Nithyananda. Swami Jai Nithyananda. Lokanath Sthita Kasho Bhagavan Kalikalvashana Nitya Uttarana Jigeshaya. Swami Om Jai Nithyananda. Dhyanathriptaya Nitya Jnanayine. Nitya Padmasamsthaya Sattaya Nitya. Padmasamsthaya Sattaya Nitya. Sharanagunashaline. Swami Om Jai Nithyananda. Om Jai Nithyananda. Swami Jai Nithyananda. Lokanath Sthita Kasho Bhagavan Kalikalvashana Nitya Uttarana Jigeshaya. Swami Om Jai Nithyananda. Sarvadevi Swarupaya Nitya Swarupine. Nitya Swarupine. Virakti Bhakti Nirvalya Nitya. Virakti Bhakti Nirvalya Nitya. Muti Mangalakarine. Swami Om Jai Nithyananda. Om Jai Nithyananda. Swami Jai Nithyananda. Lokanath Sthita Kasho Bhagavan Kalikalvashana Nitya Uttarana Jigeshaya. Swami Om Jai Nithyananda. Om Jai Nithyananda. Swami Jai Nithyananda. Lokanath Sthita Kasho Bhagavan Kalikalvashana Nitya Uttarana Jigeshaya. Swami Om Jai Nithyananda. Om Jai Nithyananda. Swami Jai Nithyananda. Kasho Bhagavan Kalikalvashana Nitya Uttarana Jigeshaya. Swami Om Jai Nithyananda.
परमहंस श्री श्री नित्यानंद स्वामी की जय.
Humanity has reached a level, we have evolved enough technology to provide food, clothes, shelter, medical care, all the fundamental basic needs for all 8 billion people. One side the homes foreclosure and the homes are just locked without people. The other side, millions are in the platforms homeless. One side, tons of food is getting wasted and getting destroyed to maintain the price. The other side, millions dying without food. Millions of clothes used only once is dumped into ocean because people don't know what to do with it. I have decided Kailasa is going to pick up a project. I call that project as Ishanya, collecting these things which is getting dumped and wasted, which is in turn becoming hazard for the nature, and distributing it to the place and countries, people for whom it's a great boon. In this Chaturmasya alone, we will be able to bring 1 crore people out of poverty. Humanity has reached a level, we have evolved enough technology to provide food, clothes, shelter, medical care, all the fundamental basic needs for all 8 billion people. One side the homes foreclosure and the homes are just locked without people. The other side, millions are in the platforms homeless. One side, tons of food is getting wasted and getting destroyed to maintain the price. The other side, millions dying without food. Millions of clothes used only once is dumped into ocean because people don't know what to do with it. I have decided Kailasa is going to pick up a project. I call that project as Ishanya, collecting these things which is getting dumped and wasted, which is in turn becoming hazard for the nature, and distributing it to the place and countries, people for whom it's a great boon. In this Chaturmasya alone, we will be able to bring 1 crore people out of poverty. Humanity has reached a level, we have evolved enough technology to provide food, clothes, shelter, medical care, all the fundamental basic needs for all 8 billion people. One side the homes foreclosure and the homes are just locked without people. The other side, millions are in the platforms homeless. One side, tons of food is getting wasted and getting destroyed to maintain the price. The other side, millions dying without food. Millions of clothes used only once is dumped into ocean because people don't know what to do with it. I have decided Kailasa is going to pick up a project. I call that project as Ishanya, collecting these things which is getting dumped and wasted, which is in turn becoming hazard for the nature, and distributing it to the place and countries, people for whom it's a great boon. In this Chaturmasya alone, we will be able to bring 1 crore people out of poverty. Humanity has reached a level, we have evolved enough technology to provide food, clothes, shelter, medical care, all the fundamental basic needs for all 8 billion people. One side the homes foreclosure and the homes are just locked without people. The other side, millions are in the platforms homeless. One side, tons of food is getting wasted and getting destroyed to maintain the price. The other side, millions dying without food. Millions of clothes used only once is dumped into ocean because people don't know what to do with it. I have decided Kailasa is going to pick up a project. I call that project as Ishanya, collecting these things which is getting dumped and wasted, which is in turn becoming hazard for the nature, and distributing it to the place and countries, people for whom it's a great boon. In this Chaturmasya alone, we will be able to bring 1 crore people out of poverty. Humanity has reached a level, we have evolved enough technology to provide food, clothes, shelter, medical care, all the fundamental basic needs for all 8 billion people. One side the homes foreclosure and the homes are just locked without people. The other side, millions are in the platforms homeless. One side, tons of food is getting wasted and getting destroyed to maintain the price. The other side, millions dying without food. Millions of clothes used only once is dumped into ocean because people don't know what to do with it. I have decided Kailasa is going to pick up a project. I call that project as Ishanya, collecting these things which is getting dumped and wasted, which is in turn becoming hazard for the nature, and distributing it to the place and countries, people for whom it's a great boon. In this Chaturmasya alone, we will be able to bring 1 crore people out of poverty. Humanity has reached a level, we have evolved enough technology to provide food, clothes, shelter, medical care, all the fundamental basic needs for all 8 billion people. One side the homes foreclosure and the homes are just locked without people. The other side, millions are in the platforms homeless. One side, tons of food is getting wasted and getting destroyed to maintain the price. The other side, millions dying without food. Millions of clothes used only once is dumped into ocean because people don't know what to do with it. I have decided Kailasa is going to pick up a project. I call that project as Ishanya, collecting these things which is getting dumped and wasted, which is in turn becoming hazard for the nature, and distributing it to the place and countries, people for whom it's a great boon. In this Chaturmasya alone, we will be able to bring 1 crore people out of poverty. Humanity has reached a level, we have evolved enough technology to provide food, clothes, shelter, medical care, all the fundamental basic needs for all 8 billion people. One side the homes foreclosure and the homes are just locked without people. The other side, millions are in the platforms homeless. One side, tons of food is getting wasted and getting destroyed to maintain the price. The other side, millions dying without food. Millions of clothes used only once is dumped into ocean because people don't know what to do with it. I have decided Kailasa is going to pick up a project. I call that project as Ishanya, collecting these things which is getting dumped and wasted, which is in turn becoming hazard for the nature, and distributing it to the place and countries, people for whom it's a great boon. In this Chaturmasya alone, we will be able to bring 1 crore people out of poverty. Humanity has reached a level, we have evolved enough technology to provide food, clothes, shelter, medical care, all the fundamental basic needs for all 8 billion people. One side the homes foreclosure and the homes are just locked without people. The other side, millions are in the platforms homeless. One side, tons of food is getting wasted and getting destroyed to maintain the price. The other side, millions dying without food. Millions of clothes used only once is dumped into ocean because people don't know what to do with it. I have decided Kailasa is going to pick up a project. I call that project as Ishanya, collecting these things which is getting dumped and wasted, which is in turn becoming hazard for the nature, and distributing it to the place and countries, people for whom it's a great boon. In this Chaturmasya alone, we will be able to bring 1 crore people out of poverty. humanity has reached a level, we have evolved enough technology to provide food, clothes, shelter, medical care, all the fundamental basic needs for all 8 billion people. One side the homes foreclosure and the homes are just locked without people. The other side, millions are in the platforms homeless. One side, tons of food is getting wasted and getting destroyed to maintain the price. The other side, millions dying without food. Millions of clothes used only once is dumped into ocean because people don't know what to do with it. I have decided Kailasa is going to pick up a project. I call that project as Ishanya, collecting these things which is getting dumped and wasted.
Nithyananda, welcome back. So far, we were going through the lifestyle of Kailasa. We went through the morning routine of Kailasa, starting with Kailasa's Nithyananda Yoga, followed by Guru Puja. Now, moving ahead in our morning show, we'll be looking at the contributions of Hinduism and why it is so important to protect Hinduism and why we need the Hindu nation, Kailasa, which is the only nation today standing for Hindu rights, for protecting, for preserving Hinduism, for giving the best of Hinduism to the entire world and also preserving it for the future generations. Now let us look at what Hinduism has been offering to humanity throughout the years. Probably the most well-known contribution of Hinduism is towards spirituality. Hinduism, as revealed in the Veda Agamas, offers to mankind a perfected science for attaining the state, the space, and powers of Paramashiva, the Adi Guru of humanity. The open architecture framework of Hinduism reveals the core truths of the self, universe, and divine. It empowers every individual to have the freedom to customize their own personalized God, personalized lifestyle, and personalized spiritual practices as per their needs and disposition. At the same time, not just the inner wealth, Hinduism provided the way for abundance, for material abundance without exploitation. Hindu economic policy resulted in the 56 Hindu nations, such as Bharat, becoming the world's wealthiest countries. Prior to the invasions, Hindu nations represented a whopping 25% of the global GDP. When we include other indigenous civilizations which emulated the Hindu economic principles, the number jumps to 60%. Material abundance was a lifestyle of all Hindus, and fundamental needs such as food, education, and healthcare were offered to all citizens free of charge as a basic right. Now, this is a very important point I want to highlight for our viewers. During this COVID-19 pandemic, Kailasa made this point in the United Nations during the call for papers for multilateralism in COVID-19. Kailasa nation presented this fact that how in ancient Hindu nations, as per Hindu economic policy, food, healthcare, and basic needs were provided for free, and explained how even today it is possible, especially given the technological advancements and the infrastructure advancements we have, and the need, especially given the harsh, difficult times of COVID-19, how all nations should stand up and provide these basic necessities to their citizens free of charge. And yet, despite all this, how we can progress and go forward in future with an not just an economic expansion but an economic breakthrough. We'll talk more about that later. The economic contributions of Hinduism is recorded in history. In 2007, Angus Madison, a historian and economist, published a book where he populated in a graph the contribution of different countries, nations, and civilizations to the global GDP across the last 2,000 years. We see how the Hindu nations contributed more than 33% of the global economy at a time, and after successive invasions, it finally dipped down to less than 5% by the end of 1950. Hinduism provided the roots of modern democracy. Hinduism established a decentralized republic system of governance that emphasized democratic principles and self rule at local village level. Those at the governance layer were held accountable to a constitution, a code of universal principles of human rights, and proper governance as aligned to Dharma Shastras. Hindu philosophers were the first to discover the binary number system, algorithms, and the Nyaya system of logic, which was a major influence on George Boole and Charles Babbage, the founders of modern computer science. Hinduism is responsible for the world's first holistic plant-based system of medicine, Ayurveda. Ancient Hindu civilization also had a detailed knowledge of anatomy, embryology, digestion, metabolism, physiology, genetics, immunity, anesthesia, and cosmetic surgery. Hindu civilization provided yoga as a comprehensive system of physical, mental, and spiritual practices designed to give human beings a superconscious breakthrough. Hindu civilization innovated the modern numeral and decimal system, the concept of zero, arithmetic, trigonometry, algebra, the basic elements of calculus, and accurately calculating the value of pi. Hindu rishis conceived of the atom, the laws of motion, and quantum superposition thousands of years ago, in addition to accurately calculating the speed of light. Hindu civilization developed an elaborate understanding of astronomy, including a heliocentric model for the solar system, millennia before Galileo. It also developed a theory of gravity, accurately calculating the Earth's orbit around the Sun, and created precise star planet charts thousands of years before European astronomers. Hindu civilization built elaborate, highly durable structures that exhibit fractal geometry, well-planned cities with complex drainage systems, and huge rock-cut temples carved from a single stone. Hindu culture recognized 64 traditional arts, including dance, painting, singing, instrumental music, sculpture, and many other forms of expression. Each art form embodied aesthetic beauty while conveying deep spiritual truths and motives. Sanskrit has a vast vocabulary and adaptable grammar. Sanskrit is the world's oldest language, yet the most advanced language given to the world by the Hindu civilization. Sanskrit has words that can express any nuance of an idea. Sanskrit possesses technical and philosophical terms unknown in any other language. Modern Indian scholars of Sanskrit note that many of the new concepts of nuclear physics or modern psychology are easy for them to grasp since they correspond directly to familiar notions of Sanskrit terminology. Hindu literature consists of innumerable, rich, and diverse textual sources that cover all facets of human condition, including the world's longest and oldest work of epic poetry, the Mahabharata and Ramayana. Now, we went through these contributions that the Hindu civilization made throughout the years, throughout millennia, if not centuries. The question comes to the mind, are these contributions of the past and now it's over? It is not true. Hindus still contribute in many ways, and we'll see them. One of the most underrated contributions of Hinduism are the Hindu people themselves, the Hindu ecosystem, the lifestyle of Hindus, the lifestyle of peace and contributions. Reports of various governments and research organizations have shown that throughout the world, the crime rate is least in the Hindu community. For any given population, the number of people that resort to crime is least amongst Hindus. The pattern is global and has been statistically validated in various countries such as the US, UK, India, etc. Consistently, it has been seen that the proportion of Hindu population in prison in all countries is much lesser than the population of the total Hindu community in those countries. Hindus are the most peaceful, crime-free community in the world, leading even Buddhism in this regard. Terrorism and extremism is also the least in the Hindu communities. Hindu communities are not just the most peaceful, most non-violent, most crime-free, they are the most contributing, as we shall see. Statistics from Pew Research have revealed that Hindus have the lowest prison population, and the rate at which the prison population of Hindus in the prison is falling is the highest. That means very soon the number of prisoners of Hindu origin in US, not only are they the lowest, the total number will reduce even further because we have one of the highest rate of decrease in the prison population in the US. Hinduism also has the least number of extremists and terrorists. Another research has shown that Hindus have the least religious extremist ideas amongst all prisoners in the US. This data is again from Pew Research, and we can see from the chart on the left side how the Hindu community has the least extremist and terrorist ideas as per statistics. Hindus have the lowest crime rate and smallest prison population. Although 65 to 75% of the US population are following the Christian religion, and around 66% of the US prison population is also Christian, which is quite proportional to the total population in the country. If we compare it to the Hindu population, although 2% of the US population are followers of the Hindu religion, but the population of Hindus in prison is much less than 2%. It is lesser than 0.2%. It means crime rate in Hindu community is 1/10 compared to other communities. This is not an isolated occurrence. Looking at other countries such as the United Kingdom, the communities which follow the Christian religion constitute 61% of the population of UK and account for 47% of the prison population. The Hindu population is 2% of the total population in the United Kingdom, but Hindus constitute only 0.35% of the prison population instead of 2% that is proportional to their total population. This shows Hindus have the least crime rate in the United Kingdom, and it is 1/4 of the crime rate seen in other communities. Let's come to India. The statistics remain the same. Hindus have the lowest crime rate and smallest prison population in proportion to their population, even in India. As per the Indian government National Crime Records Bureau, the data reveals Hindus committed the least crimes and were least likely to be under trials and convicts. Although 80% of the population in India follows the Hindu religion, only 12% of the prison population is Hindu. Although 15% of the population in the country are followers of the religion of Islam, they account for 18% of the prison population. Although 2.3% of the population of India claims to be following the religion of Christianity, 23% of the prison population claims to be followers of Christianity. This shows that the crime rate of the Hindu community in India is 1/10 to 100th of what it is seen in other communities. Looking at other aspects, such as Hindus are the least likely to be substance abusers as per UK government statistics. We see Hindus and Asian Indian origin people have the least likeliness of being drug abusers. Looking at other aspects of the contribution of the Hindu people to the society, Hinduism has the largest or the highest number of postgraduates. As we see in the statistics presented in front of us, the percentage of postgraduates from Hindu community is the highest at 48%, much higher than all other communities. Hindu community has the highest higher education rate of all communities in the US. 96% of the Hindu community in the US have higher education, This is 2.5 times the national average and the highest of all communities in the US. These highly educated Hindus become the backbone of the country's economy and social welfare system. Although the Hindu community constitutes merely 2% of the US population, it contributes 7% of all doctors in the United States and 16% of all the CEOs of all US companies in the United States. In all countries, whether it be US, Australia, UK, Canada, Brazil, South Africa, etc., Hindus have the highest average years of formal schooling, which is above the national average. The average schooling years for other communities is 10.8 years, but for Hindus, it is 13.1 years, 21% higher than the global average. Now, these highly educated Hindus become one of the biggest contributors in any country where they go. Hindu doctors, for example, are an international brand. In Hinduism, the medical profession is considered a noble field, not meant for profit, but for service. For this reason, in traditional Hindu medical system, all medical services were offered free of charge. Even Hindu medical practitioners of contemporary medicine follow the Hindu principles of offering their services at least possible charge or even completely free for the needy and yet provide the best services. This attitude of service that Hindu doctors practice is from Hinduism, is from the Hindu ecosystem that has inculcated these principles almost at our DNA level through our ecosystem, through our upbringing, and has made Hindu doctors an international brand. More than 7% of the doctors in the United States are Hindus, whereas Hindu community constitutes merely 2% of the total population in US. Similarly, in the United Kingdom, more than 9% of the doctors in the United Kingdom are Hindus, whereas Hindus constitute merely 2% of the total population of the United Kingdom. This shows that the Hindu civilization contributes 4 to 5 times the number of doctors as compared to other communities. The Hindu civilizations offer not just the most number of doctors to the world, it offers the most educated, the most philanthropic, and the best doctors to the world. Now, looking at other contributions of Hinduism and the Hindu people, Hindus are the most hardworking people providing leadership to top companies. As we just know that the population of Hindus in the United States is merely 2%, but the Hindu community contributes 16% of the chief executive officers for US companies. Some of the well-known companies such as IBM, Google, Microsoft, MasterCard, Nokia have Hindu CEOs. Hindus, after getting educated, contributing so much to the society, are also at the same time the second highest taxpayers and income group in the United States. We see, as per statistics, Hindus have the second highest taxpayers in the United States. 36% of Hindu communities have a household income greater than $100,000, making them the highest, second highest taxpayers and income group in the United States. Hindus have the most happy and stable families with the least divorce rate of all communities. The divorce rate of the Hindu community in US is 5%, the least of any community in the country. Statistics and data clearly shows that we Hindus have the least crime rate, have the least number of terrorists and extremists, are the most educated, the highest taxpayers, contribute the highest numbers of CEOs to the world, contribute the most educated, highly trained, and most philanthropic doctors to the world who charge the least amount of money. We Hindus have the most stable families and are the happiest people on the planet. And at the same time, we Hindus do not terrorize. Hindus do not colonize. Hindus do not convert. We Hindus only work hard, contribute, and live blissfully. However, all this has not changed a stark reality. Despite being the most contributing civilization in the world, the Hindu community, the Hindu civilization is the most persecuted global minority. Today, no nation other than Kailasa protects and stands for Hindu interest, Hindu political, religious, and human rights. Now, we should understand how our future rests in our interest, in our involvement, in our efforts in protecting Hinduism. Only if we protect our Hindu civilization can we take these best gifts of Hinduism to the future, to the next generation. Let us look at history, how some of the biggest civilization, the most advanced civilization of the world today cease to exist. Let us look at a few examples. The Egyptian civilization, for example, which ruled for almost 3,000 years, made the biggest large stone pyramids which have stood the test of time. Today, this civilization is completely wiped off. It is dead, and what we see are only relics and museum pieces. Similarly, is the story of Mesopotamian civilization, which ruled for almost 6,000 years. Today, this civilization is also dead. If we look around the world in other places, the Jiao civilization of China, which is known as the first people who started writing in the Chinese Asian mainland. Today, this civilization is also dead. If we look at other advanced civilizations, such as Mayan civilization, who were gifted astronomers, who made solar calendars on stones more than 3,000 years ago, which are still valid and accurately reveal the dates even today. Such advanced civilizations are also dead today. We may look at the Greek and the Roman civilization, which gave birth to the present day Western civilization. Today, even this civilization is dead. Hinduism is the most ancient civilization, human civilization, which is still surviving. Our history is more than 10,000 years old. Our lifestyle is more than 10,000 years old. And we have a history of continuously contributing to the human civilization, to planet Earth, to the entirety of the world throughout our 10,000 years plus of existence. Indigenous Hindu nations have lived peacefully for more than 10,000 years without invading or colonizing any other nation. We Hindus do not convert. We Hindus do not terrorize. We Hindus do not colonize. Hinduism only teaches to contribute selflessly without any hidden agenda. And it is no wonder that the world finds that the Hindus are the most righteous people on the planet. For example, on 29th January 2019, as the UN observed the International Holocaust Remembrance Day, the president of B'nai B'rith International, an organization representing the Jewish community, the president of B'nai B'rith International, Charles Kaufman, said that the Hindu people have lived up to a tradition of a nation of righteousness when thousands of Jews found safety and were welcomed when they fled Holocaust in Europe during the World War II. Despite this, despite all our contributions, despite all our goodness, we Hindus are amongst the most persecuted indigenous people on planet Earth. And this is why we need to be very concerned and very responsible in protecting our Hindu tradition. Now, let us look at the Hindu Holocaust, how throughout the years, throughout several years, our Hindu civilization has been attacked and destroyed. Around 3,200 BCE, 56 Hindu nations covered over 6 million kilometers square of landmass of Asia and protected the civil, political, religious, and human rights of more than 10,000 indigenous minority communities. This Hindu civilization respected each person without discrimination as not just an equal human being, but also as a divine manifestation of God, just as it is revealed in the Hindu scriptures, such as the Kulavarana Tantra, where it reveals whether a woman or a man, an inurban person, or a one who is reborn, Duja, through education and initiation, there is absolutely no discriminatory comparison. Everyone here is considered divine like Shiva, the primordial Hindu divinity. These 56 Hindu nations from 3200 BC at the end of the Mahabharata war lived this principle of recognizing divinity in every human being and protected more than 10,000 indigenous minority communities, which we can say are equivalent to 10,000 religions. In today's world, even 2-3 religious communities are not able to live together and there is conflict. But we Hindus have a history of protecting 10,000 indigenous minority communities living peacefully, coexisting, and cherishing life. Now, let us look at what happened to this Hindu nations, 56 Hindu nations, over the period of time. Around 3200 BC, at the end of Mahabharata war, there existed 56 Hindu nations, which spanned over 6 million kilometers square of Asia. They started all the way from Parshu, a small village which exists even today in the far west of India, to all the way to the northern tip of Australia. In the north, from Kazakhstan to Sri Lanka in the south. In this huge landmass, Hindu nations existed. By the year 2007, all these Hindu nations were wiped off from the geography. And zero Hindu nations exist on planet Earth, covering 0 kilometers square of any landmass on the planet Earth. Yes, Hindu Dharma is called Sanatana Dharma, eternal religion, but it can be wiped from geography. We Hindus need to recognize this and take the responsibility of protecting Hinduism. Today, Kailasa is the only Hindu nation which is existing and protecting the rights of Hindu community throughout the world. Now, let us look at some of the contributions of Kailasa at the international forum. On 3rd December 2021, Kailasa nation presented to the United Nations the facts about persecution of Hindu Sampradayas in India. Kailasa is the first and only Hindu nation which presented the matters of concern to the Hindu society. Kailasa provided an international arena to matters important to Hinduism, such as it took the matter of attack on the destruction of Hindu temples such as Sabrimala by anti-Hindu Hindu music elements, the genocide of Hindus in Kashmir, mob lynching of Hindu sadhus such as in Palghar. It took all these matters to the United Nations. Therefore, it is important for us to support Kailasa, the only Hindu nation. And this support starts with enrolling as a e-citizen of the e-nation of Kailasa. Please apply. The link is projected in front of us, gov.srikailasa.org/e-passport. Now, we'll be going through the life, a brief introduction of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the reviver of Kailasa, the Hindu nation. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasanidhana, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the reviver of Kailasa a macrocosmic, ancient, enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva, as per Hinduism, recognized by his predecessors who are enlightened masters and adepts. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made the science of power manifestation, yoga, and temple based universities a lifestyle for humanity. Before the year 1981, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was identified as the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva by spiritual adepts and enlightened masters of Hinduism. In the year 1981, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was initiated into Bala Sannyas and performed his first Chaturmasya at the age of 3. In the year 1988, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the future Guru Mahasannidhanam or Pontiff of Thondai Mandala Adinam, the oldest monastic university in Hinduism. On 24th May 1994, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was declared as the successor of Arunachala Sarangapitha by Guru Parampara. In the year 1999, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism founded the mission Nithyananda Sangha to revive Kailasa internationally. In the same year, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as successor of Kashi Sarvangapitha. On 4th November 2002, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism founded Adi Kailasa Sarvangapitha. On 1st January 2004, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was declared as the successor of Bhagyanagara Sripura Sarvangapitham. On 31st December 2004, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was declared as the incumbent emperor of Suryavamsa Surangi Samrajyam of Suryavamsa lineage. In the year 2007, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was declared as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Adi Pallava Sarvangapitham. In the same year, in 2007, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was declared as the Mahamandaleshwar of Mahanirvani Akhada. On 27th April 2012, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of Madurai, Shamla Pitha Sarvangapitham, the oldest Hindu papal state and monastic kingdom. In the year 2013, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was officially coronated as the Mahamandaleshwar, Supreme Spiritual Head of Mahanirvani Akhada, the largest apex monastic order of Hinduism. In the year 2013, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was declared as the Acharya Mahamandaleshwar of Atal Akhada, the oldest monastic order in Hinduism, by Acharya Mahamandaleshwar Sukadevanandaji, the then incumbent spiritual head. In the year 2014, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Tanjore Adinam. In the same year, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was also coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Tiruvarur Adinam and as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Vedaranyam Adinam and as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Panchanadikulam Adinam. In the year 2015, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Dharma Mukti Swargapuram Adinam. In the same year, in 2015, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was also coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Adi Pitha Koladamat. In 2015, he was elected as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by a congregation of over 1,000 spiritual leaders or pontiffs. Now, let us look at some of the global initiatives and contributions of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism through Kailasa, the only Hindu nations. The pictures projected in front of us give a small glimpse of the 28 years of relentless hard work, relentless humanitarian services and initiatives, including free vegetarian food, medical services, natural disaster relief, women empowerment initiatives, conflict resolution and peace initiatives, sustainable Hindu practices. All these services which were offered through various international agencies and bodies of Kailasa. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has authored more than 300 books and written more than 10,000 articles in 3 languages, English, Tamil, and Sanskrit, which have been translated into 50 languages with over 1,000 titles. Over 20 million copies of these books and articles have been sold, read, and downloaded. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has established the largest Hindu library with over 1 million books, 1 million palm leaf scriptures, and over 20 million digital books. Now, let us see how these contributions of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has impacted Hinduism and humanity at large. Let us look back in time. When colonial invaders came to Bharat and the 56 Hindu nations, they justified the terrorism and cultural genocide of Hinduism by writing and publicizing false narratives about the Hindu civilization, about Hinduism, and denigrated Hinduism with the worst kind of hate speech. Let us take a look at some of the examples. T.B. Macaulay, the war minister during the colonial era and the minister of education, it is a very particular point to be noted how the person held responsible to establish, given the responsibility to establish the education system of the Hindu nations of Bharat, was also the minister of war. No wonder our education system in the country where we live today is very different from how it should be. T.B. Macaulay said, "A single shelf of a good European library was worth the whole native literature of India." Similarly, Winston Churchill, after the Great Bengal famine, which killed more than 3 million people in a very short amount of time, blamed the Hindu community, saying, "Indians are a beastly people with a beastly religion. The famine was their fault." T.B. Macaulay has also written a letter to his father where he wrote, "No Hindu who has received an English education ever remains sincerely attached to his religion. If our plans of education are followed up, there will not be a single idolater among the respectable classes in Bengal 30 years hence." Now, because of this hate speech, we must understand the impact of this hate speech. The impact of this hate speech and gaslighting is we Hindus lost confidence. We Hindus forgot the wealth we have, the Hindu civilization, the goodness of Hindus. We Hindus forgot that and stopped protecting our assets, our tradition, our civilization, our knowledge, our dharma. Let us take an example. In the year 1871, the British government went so far as to ban wandering yogis through the Criminal Tribes Act of 1871 that declared any person belonging to the tribes mentioned in the list, which included sannyasis and yogic masters, the Naga sadhus, as born criminals who were presumed to be guilty by default. This is a violation of international human rights law that presumes a person to be innocent until unless proven guilty, a fundamental violation of human right. This law, Criminal Tribes Act, led to marginalization of yogic masters and extinction of advanced yogic techniques, sciences, and power manifestation. However, our Hindu gurus did not stop. They went across the globe and enriched the entire world about the truths of Hinduism, about the truths of yoga. From a ban on yoga in 1871, yoga became a world heritage. On 11th December 2014, a total of 177 nations co-sponsored a resolution in the United Nations to declare 21st June as International Yoga Day. This is the highest number of co-sponsor ever for any United Nations General Assembly resolution. This massive recognition of Hinduism, yoga did not happen overnight. It happened because Hindu gurus like Paramhamsa Yogananda, Swami Vivekananda, Srila Prabhupada, Maharishi Mahesh Yogi, and several Hindu gurus relentlessly contributed and introduced the world to Hinduism and its gifts in the proper context. Now, this story has an important message. Given that we present our Hindu knowledge, Hindu tradition to the world in a proper context, not only people will be able to understand the benefits are so large that the world is actually waiting for to receive these benefits because the entire human civilization is looking for solutions. Hindu scriptures are not just religious texts. They contain a phenomenal compilation of time tested human knowledge and best principles of life in various fields, which lead directly to enlightenment. Hinduism is absolutely practical, even in modern day, to provide powerful, beautiful, stable, amazing, functional systems in the field of law, economics, education, medicine, and politics in various fields. The Hindu scriptures, Veda Agamas, are a repository of phenomenal volume of ancient human knowledge and expertise in various fields such as state policies, politics, statecraft, law, economics, architecture, civil engineering, performing arts, medicine, surgery, botany, chemistry, metallurgy, music, food security, agriculture, astrology, shipbuilding, manufacturing, food sciences, etc. Let us take an example. Whether you're a doctor, businessman, politician, diplomat, warrior, farmer, worker, or a person in any field doing simple tasks, Hindu scriptures have devised a customized solution for you to become enlightenment. The Hindu scriptures do not just provide excellence in the profession, they guide the practitioner to enlightenment. To the practice of Hinduism, the Hindu tradition in these various fields, as we just mentioned, the practitioners do not attain just professional excellence, they move towards enlightenment. Let's take Dhanurvidya, for example. The science of archery in Hinduism, Dhanurvidya, does not deal just with archery alone, but with the attainment of liberation while practicing archery. Hindu scriptures are extremely detailed. They serve all requirements of mankind. The Agamas alone have a trillion verses. The glorious Hindu civilization has about 20 million source books. One source book is sufficient for a religion to emerge. There are 28 Agamas and 202 Upa-agamas. The Kamika Agama alone is said to have more than 1 trillion verses. Similarly, there are 18 major Puranas, 18 Up Puranas, and other Puranas with more than 400,000 verses in major Puranas. Now, let us look at the contributions of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in reviving the Hindu knowledge through the Hindu libraries. Over the last 27 years, Kailasa's Nithyananda Jnanalaya has recovered a total of about 50,000 physical manuscripts of various sampradayas, Shaivism, Buddhism, Jainism. Kailasa's Jnanalaya has collected 3 million books on Hinduism in ancient scripts such as Sanskrit, Tamil, Grantha, and other Indian languages, as well as English. Kailasa's Nithyananda Jnanalaya has identified and located over 1 million titles on Sanatana Hindu Dharma and archived it and preserved it. Kailasa's Nithyananda Jnanalaya has collected 2 million scriptures on Hinduism in 4 formats as digital books, manuscripts, photos, and articles. Kailasa's Nithyananda Jnanalaya has created more than 650,000 pages on wiki articles compiled on popular titles in Sanatana Hindu Dharma. Kailasa's Nithyananda Jnanalaya has collected around 500,000 books or more than 50,000 books from temples around the world. Now let us understand how this knowledge is not just being protected, it is being made a part of the working of the international community. Kailasa has published several reports in the United Nations and provided wisdom from Hindu scriptures to the leaders and decision makers of the world, influencing international policy with the best of Hinduism. Taking, for example, the report of Kailasa on COVID-19. As we see in the screenshots in front of us, Kailasa is one of the nations who submitted the report in the United Nations Human Rights Office of the High Commissioner, along with several nations. To mention a few nations that submitted their report: Argentina, Australia, Colombia, Cuba, Mexico, Qatar, Russia, Uruguay. Along with these countries, Kailasa Nation also submitted its report on COVID-19, and it provided the principles from Maha Upanishad in its contribution in its report, explaining to the world how the Hindu civilization survived and prospered and enriched throughout the 10,000 years of its existence by following these principles, and how during these critical times of COVID-19, these principles are there again to protect humanity and to lead us to not just a economic expansion but to an economic breakthrough. These economic principles from Hinduism were provided with references from authentic Hindu scriptures by Kailasa's Nithyananda Gyanalaya and presented to the United Nations and all the top leaders and decision makers of the world. Now, going further, we request all our viewers who are Kailasa to sign as Hindu patrons. Please visit the link projected tiny.cc/SJP intentions. Moving on with the contributions of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Kailasa. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is revered as the most prolific and most viewed guru in the digital world. He is most read and watched guru in the world with over 1 billion followers in Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has delivered over 10,000, is respected as commentator of all sacred scriptures such as Upanishads, Bhagavad Gita, Shiva Sutras, Yoga Sutras, Ashtavakra Gita, Jain Sutras, etc. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is honored as leader of Hinduism, the most awarded, internationally recognized Hindu leader. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is acclaimed as one of the top 100 spiritually influential living personalities by Watkins Mind, Body, Spirit magazine. The Sovereign Order of Kailasa, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, and Nityananda Order of monks, nuns, and Hindu diaspora, are working for global peace and to give superconscious breakthrough to humanity. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, without discrimination of any kind, such as caste, gender, skin color, ethnicity, has given sannyasa diksha or initiation, and not budged to the violent attacks of the racist Hindu music extremists who want to adulterate and destroy true Hinduism with the poison of gender bias, caste bias, and discrimination. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the establisher of the largest Hindu university in the world with satellite campuses in 150 countries. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has established more than 1,000 Kailasa Enlightenment ecosystems. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the founder and reviver of over 100 Sarvangapithams. With this, we come to the end of this brief introduction of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Today, we saw in a little bit more detail the contributions of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism through Kailasa, through the Gyanalaya, Kailasa's Gyanalaya, in the field of protecting Hindu scriptures and taking this knowledge to the top decision makers of the world. Now, we come to the end of today's morning show. Moving on to the next segment, the presidential address of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Let us now prepare ourselves to receive our beloved Guru, Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, in the upcoming Alive Satsang. Please sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. hands together in front of our hearts, and let us chant the Mahavakya to receive the supreme pontiff of Hinduism in the upcoming Alive Satsang. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
ॐ नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवसमारम्भाम् नित्यानन्देश्वरि परमशिवशक्तिमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and respects. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, Samajis, Satsangis, Shri Mahants, Mahants, Tanedar Kotari, visitors, viewers, everyone sitting with us all over the world. I welcome all of you with my love and blessing. Paramashiva's message directly from Kailasa. Will persistence is the only qualification you need for Navakanda Yoga Samadhi. Listen. Will persistence. Understand? I was just sitting and meditating. Why some people get only Nirvikalpa Samadhi? Why some people get Navakanda Yoga Samadhi? Because Navakanda Yoga Samadhi is higher than what you understand as Nirvikalpa Samadhi. See, Nirvikalpa Samadhi is highest Samadhi your consciousness can achieve. That is enough for enlightenment and to reach Kailasa, everything. But Navakanda Yoga Samadhi is something like that. Nirvikalpa Samadhi filling your whole body, even physical body. And the physical body entering into the consciousness of Nirvikalpa Samadhi and raising to the Mahakailasa's frequency with the body. So naturally, I should say that Navaganda Yoga Samadhi is like a going more than Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Listen. Many people achieve Nirvikalpa Samadhi and be satisfied with it. That is like tamarind fruit. The inside that fruit is ripe and it naturally gets detached from the shell. So after that, what happens to shell does not touch you. What happens to the shell does not touch the fruit. Same way, once your consciousness is ripe, what happens to the body does not touch you. Many people come and tell me why great beings like Ramana Maharishi, Ramakrishna, Ram Surat Kumar all had cancer. Listen, they did not have cancer. They did not leave the body due to cancer. After they left the body, cancer took it. They decided to leave the body. So something has to happen to the physical body to go back to the earth. So cancer took it back to earth. So be very clear. Listen. You need to elaborately understand this Nirvikalpa Samadhi and Navaganda Samadhi. Nirvikalpa Samadhi is your consciousness ripening. Navaganda Samadhi is even your body. Along with your consciousness raising to the higher worlds, higher time zones, higher energy fields. People who mastered Navaganda Samadhi only go to the higher worlds and bring the great gifts from the higher worlds and share it with us all, with the human level. So Navaganda Samadhi is something furthering of Nirvikalpa Samadhi. See, yesterday I was sitting in Samadhi, wanted answer for this question. To share with you all why some people achieve only Nirvikalpa Samadhi, why some go up to Navaganda Yoga Samadhi. What is the ingredient, unique, real, principal ingredient for the alchemy of Navaganda Yoga Samadhi? Understand? Unique, principle, primary, primordial, or I should say that true, right, source reason for someone to travel to Navaganda Samadhi. How Paramashiva decides to give Navaganda Samadhi to some people, why he gives Navaganda Samadhi to some people. I saw clearly, the Paramashiva revealed the reason clearly. It is sheer will persistence. You may ask, oh, after Nirvikalpa Samadhi, naturally your will dissolves. Then how can you have a will persistence? Listen, will dissolves into Paramashiva's will does not mean your will disappears. Fish may be inside the ocean, but it gets the right to swim on the top or the bottom. It can go to the depth of the ocean or it can just swim on the shallow waters. The freedom exists even in Navaganda, in Nirvikalpa Samadhi. This may be new information for you, but that's the truth. Decision who moves towards Navaganda Samadhi is basically done by Paramashiva based on the will persistence of the individual. Listen carefully. For any normal human being, Nirvikalpa Samadhi itself is enough. But if you want to be a teacher, guru, an incarnation, to bring great things from vertical time zone, higher worlds, and share it with the world, then you need Navaganda Samadhi. Then naturally you need Navaganda Samadhi. So understand, you may ask why masters like Vadalur Vallalar, Ramalinga Swami took the body. He just used the Navaganda Samadhi and made the Divya Sarira and left. He just took the body and left to the higher worlds, Kailasa. But masters like Ramana Maharshi, Ramakrishna left the body here and went. Please be very clear. Never ever compare these great beings with your pea brain or rat brain, peanut sized brain. No, don't do that mess. Maybe Ramana Maharshi thought leaving his body here in the planet Earth will continue to help millions of seekers. I tell you, just Ramana Maharshi's body alone is such a powerful Jnanagarbha. Such powerful Jnanagarbha. Unimaginable Jnanagarbha. It made millions ripe into enlightenment, including me. If Ramana Maharshi has taken his body, like Vadalur Ramalinga Swami, surely it would have been a great loss. So they have their own reason. Same way Ramakrishna. Ramakrishna, by leaving his body and especially making it burnt, he gave the asti which is installed now in hundreds of places all over the world. So each one of them have their own reason. You understand now the science of Navaganta Samadhi. Fundamental qualification is will persistence. Listen. Shiva, Paramashiva tests only your will persistence. He doesn't see any other qualification. You can't earn these great samadhis by your own qualification. He only sees, if I give, will this guy be able to receive and live it? That's all he sees. He doesn't see any other quality. He tests your devotion. That's all, nothing else. Devotion means will persistence. That's all, nothing else. Somebody is putting the message here that seeing you being a guru and troubled by people all around, she doesn't want to be a guru. K.A.R. Pratibha Suryavansh. She just wants liberation once and for all. What a stupid mentality. If you really feel I am troubled by people, you should see how you can stand with me and solve the issue, keep the planet Earth right ecosystem for more gurus to happen. What a selfish, cheap persons you Hindus have become. You guys are so selfish. You think, let me get liberation somehow. And I don't need to care about keeping the ecosystem for more gurus to happen on the planet Earth. So you plan to lose your next generation. Unless you drop this mind, you will not get even Nirvikalpa Samadhi. It is absolute extreme cunningly strategizing even with Paramashiva. All of you understand. If you really feel I am troubled, you should decide to stand for me to keep the ecosystem of more gurus to come to planet Earth. Even in that situation, if you are thinking so selfishly, forget even about Nirvikalpa Samadhi. What? Navaganda Samadhi. Today, just before my session, some of the devotees were sharing their experience. I think Kailasa was talking. He was telling that he went to India and people were Tamil Nadu and people were telling in Tamil Nadu that Swamiji is gone and he is dead. Immediately he was worried about, oh, who will then teach all these great sciences to human beings? And he was so proudly telling that he was feeling sad and missing me, and he was worried about who will teach all these great science to the world. As if when I am alive, you guys come and stood with me and fought for me. You are doing your life. I am just utility value for you. And even when we heard, as a rumor, somebody telling that Swamiji is gone and he is not there, he did not feel like, let me go to the ashram and see. First, confirm the news. Second, ask whether they need any help. Without Swamiji, how are they going to survive? How is that ecosystem which Swamiji left is going to be alive? He did not bother about all that. But one good thing, I have brought my Shiva Bhuta, Shiva Ganas from Kailasa to make my ecosystem. I am not dependent on you guys. But if you guys were having the right attitude, you will receive more. I'm just looking around and seeing what funny attitude people have. And how casually people utter the word which they really don't mean. Somebody was asking, is Navaganda Samadhi painful? No. Navaganda Samadhi is not painful. But going through the Navaganta Samadhi and bringing so many great things from Mahakailasa and giving it to all these people who are so cheap and selfish is painful. See, why anti-Hindu forces, Hindu Misia forces, why are they attacking me? So that seeing me, nobody else will become a Hindu guru. Nobody else will start practicing or preaching Hinduism. That is exactly this woman is falling for. This one putting the message, who puts the message, oh, seeing you being tortured, I don't want to be guru anymore. Just liberate. This is exactly the trap they were laying, and she is falling for it. I am making it very clear. Only those who are ready to sacrifice anything to keep the ecosystem, Hindu ecosystem alive on the planet Earth, will receive Nirvikalpa Samadhi or any Samadhi, higher enlightenment experience or the great powers of Paramashiva, everything. All selfish gang, you guys will get money. You guys will get only all the low, cheap things, silly things. Have money, have health, maybe little relationship, little good life. Just get lost with that. Don't expect Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Don't expect Navaganta Samadhi. Great things like Nirvikalpa Samadhi, Navaganta Samadhi are all for the spiritual warriors, people who are ready to sacrifice anything for spirituality. My disciples, listen, all my disciples, you will all be ready to sacrifice anything to keep the Hindu ecosystem, Kailasa ecosystem alive on the planet Earth. It is because of my ultimate Tyaga, I am reviving with the grace of Paramashiva, this whole Kailasa ecosystem, for you all to enjoy it, experience it. That is why Paramashiva tests your ability to will persistence. Your will persistence is tested by Paramashiva. Kirti Punekar is messaging, I agree with you, Swamiji, with a deep gratitude. Hold me anyhow. No. Holding me is your responsibility. I will only test your will persistence. I'll give everything. Paramashiva has ultimate things, gifts of Kailasa. If you hold on, if you held intensely, if you are continuously holding, but holding me itself is your responsibility. Don't think I will hold you. No. Not only I will not hold you, when you are holding, I will test your capacity to hold me, your capacity to be with me. I will only test it. Be very clear. Navaganda Yoga Samadhi can happen in you just by breathing along with me in same rhythm, same tune. Nothing more is needed. Sit with me, breathe in the same rhythm, same tune, same mode. The vibrations I am creating while I am inhaling and exhaling, it can just penetrate your inhaling and exhaling. Go and sit inside your consciousness and manifest as Navaganda Yoga Samadhi. That's it. Nothing else is needed. You don't need any other qualification other than your will persistence. That is why your will persistence is thoroughly tested. By your own effort, you can't get it. It has to be only given from guru to disciple, because I myself got it from my gurus. I did not make it on my own. Human beings can't make it on their own. It is that kind of a highest frequency, wavelength experience. It can only be given from the higher dimensions. Means from guru to disciple, you can never make it on your own. So the only qualification is will persistence. With will persistence, let me define will persistence. Will persistence means your decision of wanting to have Nirvikalpa Samadhi and Navaganda Samadhi at any cost. What happens, when you consciously decide to have that kind of a will persistence, your breathing pattern itself changes for Navaganda Yoga Samadhi. not just your lifestyle externally, even your internal breathing pattern changes for Navaganda Yoga Samadhi. Not just thinking pattern, breathing pattern, your digestion pattern, your fire agni inside. Everything changes. See, Guru gives Mahavakya only 9 times he utters. If you go to Svetaswara Upanishad and read, all of you Google and read. Tattvamasi Svetaketo Tattvamasi, 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 Tattvamasi. Only 9 times he utters totally. The Guru utters the word Tattvamasi only 9 times. Disciple achieved Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Why? Because the disciple had that kind of a will persistence. Holy Za Zinham is writing, my will persistence is for you to physically touch my third eye. Yes. Holy Za Zinham. It can happen. Just take sannyas and prove your will persistence. One day you will be called to Mahakailasa. Not only third eye, I'll touch all your chakras. You will experience awakening Kundalini Shakti. It is possible. Understand. Fundamentally, you do not need any other qualification other than will persistence. It is just will persistence all you need. I was looking into this whole Navaganda Yoga Samadhi because I wanted to give you guys the manual. I just wanted to deliver it like a manual. Do this, you will have Navaganda Samadhi. The first thing Paramashiva revealed is will persistence. There's a beautiful story. One Nayanar, Ilayangudimara Nayanar, he took the oath to Paramashiva that anyone with Tirumula Varkavedam, with your Sarubhya, Swarupa, I will consider them as you and give Anna, means Naivedya, food, and serve. This is my life. He took this as his lifetime spiritual practice. Naturally, Paramashiva wants to test his will persistence. He went on depleting his wealth. Actually, I am telling you, anyone does Annadan, I give 100% guarantee, you will be showered with wealth. I am telling you, from my, not just my personal experience, I have seen thousands and thousands of evidences. You start doing Annadan in your temple will flourish like anything. You start doing Annadan even in your own house. Any guest comes, any Shiva devotee, any devotee comes, any guest comes, start giving them food, you will see how your life flourishes, showered with wealth. But strangely, Paramashiva depletes his wealth just to test his will persistence. Finally, it reached a state where he did not have anything in the house. That night, even he did not have food for himself or his wife. Everything is lost. And nobody is even ready to give any loan or debt because the whole town he has borrowed and spent on feeding Shiva's devotees. As Shiva Swarupa. That night, Paramashiva comes. Heavy rain. He made sure the situation, the whole atmosphere is perfect to test the will persistence. Heavy rain. Paramashiva comes as an old sannyasi and says, Bhagavati Bhikshandehi. This Nayanar, the great devotee, just jumped out of his bed. I should say out of his sleep. He was almost fainted due to hunger and dehydration. He just jumped out. And said, Oh Bhagavan, please come, sit. I will arrange something for you to eat. Just please sit. He rushes to the wife and asks, Is there anything? Wife is another extreme devotee. She is such a strength and support for him. If somebody else means they would have killed him first. You fellow, neither you had food nor I had food, and you are coming and asking me now, where is the food for this sadhu? She says, no, nothing is in the house. He asks, what shall we do? She says, I give you one idea. Today, we sowed the seed in our land, small land we have, the remaining. Due to this rain, all that seed will be floating. You go and collect that paddy and bring. I'll cook that and give. We can feed him. He runs. You guys understand, in the rain, all the seed, rice, the paddy they sow, I don't know the English word, seed nell, they have sown, it will naturally float during the heavy rains. The moment he got the idea from the wife, he runs, collects all that and brings it in a basket. She cleans that and removes that covering and gets the rice out of it, cooks, and everything is ready. They go out and look for that sadhu who came. He was not there. Both of them start crying. Oh Bhagavan, because we got little delayed. You went away. Please forgive Mahadeva. When they were crying, Bhagavan Mahadeva Paramashiva appeared. Even to narrate this story, I have so much goosebump. Because I can see the whole situation right now. Paramashiva appeared and gave him Kailasa. Not just Nirvikalpa Samadhi, Navaganda Samadhi. He took both of them, husband and wife, with body to Kailasa. He just airlifted them. They did not leave the body back. They have not done any great unclutching, power manifesting, spiritual practice in their life. Just will persistence. Anyone I see in your form who wears Bhasma and Rudraksha, Tirumula Varkaveda, good or bad, I don't care. I am going to feed them as you. That will persistence, Paramashiva tested. When they succeeded in that will persistence, not only he gave them Nirvikalpa Samadhi, he gave them Navaganda Samadhi and Divya Sarira. Straight he took them to Kailasa, Kailasa. And he came along with wife. See, he is from the Saiva community, the community in which I was born and brought up. And in that community, there is a tradition. If a male goes and invites the family for marriage, only the male from that house will come. If a female goes and invites, only the female from that house will come. Only if the husband and wife both go and invite, both will come. That is the family tradition. So if you want, see, if you are like a related, listen carefully. You need to understand the cultural background. In a Saiva family, wife, when she wants to invite their family people, she wants only the female members of their family to come, her family to come. Only she will go alone and invite them. If she wants the whole family, husband and wife both should come. Husband and wife both should go and invite, and only then the other side, husband and wife both will come for the function. Here, because husband and wife both need to be taken to Kailasa, both Paramashiva and Parvati, both of them come. Samba Parameshwara, Sa Amba Parameshwara, Amba Sameda Parameshwara is coming. He came and received them and took them. See, each of these Nayanmar's history, the way they had liberation, the minute details are recorded. Minute details recorded. If you read them, you will understand the whole science of Kailasa culture. If the wife was not supporting for Ilayangudi Maranar, he withstood even the harassments of the wife and continued to succeed. Paramashiva would have come alone and taken him, that's all. But both of them were so strong. In their will persistence, Paramashiva came with Devi and took both of them to Kailasa. Somebody, Q alchemist, is messaging, please bring me to Kailasa, Swamiji, please teleport me. First put your original photo and your original name, reveal your original identity, then ask for the boons. Social media team, please remove all those who have not put their original photo and original name from the YouTube membership. Listen. Hiranmayi is asking Swamiji where to get Nayanmar stories. You can just Google 63 Nayanmars. You will get the whole lot of material, lot of versions of stories will appear. If you want to precisely read, there's a book called Periya Puranam by Ramakrishna Math. In English, I'll recommend that book is the best book in English. In Tamil, there are hundreds of beautiful commentaries. Periya Puranam is book written by Sekkilar. In English, Ramakrishna Math has published a very beautiful translation, very authentic translation. You can read Ramakrishna Math's Periya Puranam. Ramakrishna Math Mylapore publication. That's the best I will recommend in English. In Tamil, there is a lot of translations. Or commentaries. Tamil, lot is available. You can just Google, you will get the story in internet itself, all the 64 Nayanmar's history. If you read the details, you will understand the culture of Kailasa. I am not saying you should not do yoga, you should not do Nirvikalpa Samadhi, don't practice unclenching. No, I am not saying that. Anything you take it up with the will persistence. Will persistence. Saurav Aneja is asking, Swamiji, do will persistence and devotion go hand in hand? Will persistence is the only devotion. Without will persistence, whatever you call as devotion is just simple, cunning, exploitive, strategic word you use. Will persistence is only devotion. Nothing else is devotion. Somebody, Sir Quantic is saying, I think you not need put photo for do healing and help. No. I don't need you here. If you are not able to put the original photo, please don't be in the group. Your original photo and original name is needed. If you can't put, please get out of the group. Sir Quantic, please leave the group now. Ketan Gaboyd is asking, Swamiji, how do I build the best and strongest will persistence that you would approve of? Ketan Gaboyd, listen carefully. Take up any one activity, maybe like Nithyananda Yoga, or unclutching, or enriching, any one activity. Decide with will persistence, you will dedicate your life to that. You will see all kinds of your internal, external conflicts will erupt, and when you win all this, your will persistence will naturally ripe into Nirvikalpa Samadhi and Navaganda Samadhi.
Nityashivam, Nithyananda Shivam, Nityashivam, Nithyananda Shivam, Nityashivam, Nithyananda.
Om. Akshay Krishnagata is asking, is Ashwathaman still alive? தெரிஞ்சு என்ன பண்ண போற? பரமசிவன் நான் உயிரோடு இருக்கேன், என் கூட வாழ்ந்தே உன் வாழ்க்கையை மேம்படுத்தி நல்ல கதிக்கு போக முடியல, ஓடி போயிட்ட. இப்ப அஸ்வத்தாம உயிரோடு இருக்காரா இல்லையான்னு தெரிஞ்சு என்ன பண்ண போற? கேஷுவலா எதையாவது கேட்டு வைக்கிறது. She's asking whether Ashwatthama is still alive or not. I told her, she came to become Adinavasi and ran away. I am here, Paramashiva is alive. And you are not able to use Paramashiva who is still alive and in the body, and you ran away. What are you going to do knowing whether Ashwatthama is alive or not? Are you going to go on search and go and fall at his feet and ask him, please teach me Brahmastra and please teach me whatever you learned from Dronacharya, your father? You're going to learn and use it or what? Some casual conversation. Because the computer is there, just type. Don't laugh, nothing to laugh here. I'm not answering you jovially. When time comes, you will understand the mess you made with your life, with your decisions. But that will be too late for you.
ಜನುಮವು ನಿನ್ನಯ ದರ್ಶನದಿ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಶಿವನಾಗಿ ಗುರುವಾಗಿ ಸದ್ಗತಿಯನ್ನು ಜಗಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ಕೊಡುತ್ತಿರುವೆ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನೇ ನೀ ಶಿವನಾಗಿ ಗುರುವಾಗಿ ಸದ್ಗತಿಯನ್ನು
Ma yoga priya anyan zao. Don't worry about your job, manager, anything. I'll make everything smooth for your Paramashivoham. Don't worry.
Shivam, Nithyananda Shivam, Nitya Shivam, Nithyananda Shivam.
ಜಪವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಲು ವರವನ್ನು ನೀಡಿ ನೀನು ಅನುಗ್ರಹ ಸುರಿವೆ ನಿತ್ಯನೇ ನೀ ಭವರೋಗವ ತಡೆದು ಭಾವದ ಚಿಂತೆಯೆಲ್ಲ ತೊಳೆದು ಕರ್ಮ ಸಂಸ್ಕಾರಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಅಳಿಸಿ ಹೊಸ ಜೀವನ ಕೊಡುವೆ ಪಾವನವೇ ನಾಡಿದು ನಿನ್ನ ಪಾದಗಳ ಸ್ಪರ್ಶದಿ ಪಾವನವೇ ಬೀಡಿದು ನಿನ್ನ ಕಲ್ಪತರು ದರ್ಶನದಿ ಶರಣಂಬನು ನಿತ್ಯೇಶನೇ ನಿನ್ನ ಶರಣಂಬನು ಆನಂದನೇ ಶರಣಂಬನು ನಿತ್ಯೇಶನೇ ನಿನ್ನ ಶರಣಂಬನು ಆನಂದನೇ
ಶಿವಂ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಶಿವಂ ನಿತ್ಯ ಶಿವ
मन्त्रं नित्यं सर्वं नित्यं मन्त्रं नित्यं यन्त्रं नित्यं तन्त्रं नित्यं सर्वम् यदानन्दरूपं प्रकाशस्वरूपं विरष्टप्रपञ्चं परिच्छेदहीनम् अहं ब्रह्मवृत्त्येकगम्यं तुरीयं परं ब्रह्म नित्यं तदेवाहमस्मि यदानन्दरूपं प्रकाशस्वरूपं विरष्टप्रपञ्चं परिच्छेदहीनम् अहं ब्रह्मवृत्त्येकगम्यं तुरीयं परं ब्रह्म नित्यं तदेवाहमस्मि नित्यं मन्त्रं नित्यं यन्त्रं नित्यं तन्त्रं नित्यं सर्वं नित्यं मन्त्रं नित्यं यन्त्रं नित्यं तन्त्रं नित्यं सर्वम् यदा ज्ञानतो याति विश्वं समस्तं विनष्टं च सद्यो यदात्मप्रबोधे मनोवागतीतं विशुद्धं विमुक्तं परं ब्रह्म नित्यं तदेवाहमस्मि यदा ज्ञानतो याति विश्वं समस्तं विनष्टं च सद्यो यदात्मप्रबोधे मनोवागतीतं विशुद्धं विमुक्तं परं ब्रह्म नित्यं तदेवाहमस्मि नित्यं मन्त्रं नित्यं यन्त्रं नित्यं तन्त्रं नित्यं सर्वं नित्यं मन्त्रं नित्यं यन्त्रं नित्यं तन्त्रं नित्यं सर्वम् निषेधे कृते नेति नेतीति वाक्ये समाधिस्थितानां
Oh, listen. The 64 forms of Paramashiva, 64 manifestations of Paramashiva, 64 Leelas of Paramashiva in Thiruvilayadar Puranam, Shivalila Arnavam, and 63 Nayanmars, Periya Puranam. All these are very closely connected. With the subject Navaganda Samadhi, Navaganda Yoga Samadhi. So I am trying to unravel, open up, one by one, one by one, one by one. Veda Prakasha, somebody, Veda Prakasha is messaging. Veda Prakasha is messaging. Swamiji, I also left the Sangha. What is the prayaschitta for me? I also left the Sangha due to incompletions. What is the prayaschitta for me? The only prayaschitta, go back to Bididi, Adi Kailasa, and whatever your incompletion, work and complete, fix it. Fix your inner space. Changing the place will not work. Only fixing the space will work. I kept the Adi Kailasa such a way perfectly to train you all. Listen, that's a very powerful spiritual training ground, and that is the spiritual incubator, and that Adi Kailasa will test your will persistence completely. If you pass Adi Kailasa, if you prove your will persistence in Adi Kailasa, you will directly reach Maha Kailasa. All your will persistence will be tested. That is the purpose for which Adi Kailasa was created. Everyone is asking, why should we be under administrators? Some administration. Hey, that is the way. You need to have your training and your will persistence need to be tested. That's all. It's very easy to live under me and very blissful to live around me. But first, let your will persistence be tested. In Veda Prakash, you can see your life. Whatever was the reason you left Adi Kailash, for what you went out, you will never get it, I can guarantee. For whatever reason you leave Guru, you will lose Guru, and for what you are searching, both you will lose. Whatever reason you are with Guru, you will get, and Guru, both. If you are with Guru for something, and you will get that something what you want, and you will get the Guru, both. If you leave the Guru for anything, you will lose the Guru, and what far you went out, that also will not be there. Will never be there. That's the way life works, because you went out due to the incompletion. That is going to haunt you forever, wherever you go. Changing the place will not work. Changing the space is going to work. Veda Prakasha, this is the prayashchitta, and I know for sure you will not do it. But I am giving this prayashchitta for so many others who are listening. So others may do it. For their sake, I am giving. And I know for sure you will not do it.
Takadimi takajunu nadaraja, talang takadimi nadaraja, dom dom takadimi nadaraja, taka 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 nadaraja, takadimi takajunu nadaraja, talang takadimi nadaraja, dom dom takita takadimita, dom takita dom takita takadimita, takita dom takita dom takadimi takita dom takita dom takadimi dom takita dom takita takadimi dom takita dom takita takadimita.
ஆடுகின்றான் அவன் கூத்தனாக திருப்பாதம் தூக்கி மறையோதுகின்றான் பிறைசூடி அந்தணரின் பாடலுக்கு தினம் ஆடுகின்றான் அவன் கூத்தனாக திருப்பாதம் தூக்கி மறையோதுகின்றான் பிறைசூடி அந்தணரின் பாடலுக்கு என்று இயலிசை நாடகமாய் முத்தமிழ் இயற்றிய நாயகனே தட்டதிமி தாளமொடு இல்லையில் ஆடிடும் தாண்டவனே இன்மைக்கும் ஈரேழு பிறவிக்கும் துயர் நீக்க பிறந்தோடி வருகின்ற யமயாலும் நடராஜா பயமாகி மயமாகி வலியாகி ஒளியாகி சித்தத்துள் முக்தி தர நித்யனாய் வந்தவா நமச்சிவாய வாழ்க வாழ்க நாதன் தாழ் வாழ்க வாழ்க இமை பொழுதும் என் நெஞ்சில் நீங்காதான் தாழ் வாழ்க நமசிவாய வாழ்க வாழ்க நாதன் தாழ் வாழ்க வாழ்க இமை பொழுதும் என் நெஞ்சில் நீங்காதான் தாழ் வாழ்க அண்டாண்டம் பிண்டாண்டம் அதில் ஆடிய கூத்தணி நாடலை பார்த்திடவே ஆண்டாண்டு காலமொடு மானிட கூட்டமும் ஏங்கியதே ஆடுகின்றான் ஒரு பாதம் தூக்கி அவன் கூத்தனாக மறையோதுகின்றான் பிறைசூடி அந்தணரின் பாடலுக்கு திரணனா திரணனா திரணா திரணா திரணனா திரணனா திரணா திரணா சனி சரி சனி சரி சனி சரி சனி சரி சரி மகனி சனி பாபா மரி சனி சரி சனி சரி சனி சரி சனி சரி சரி மகனி சனி பாபா மரி சனி திரணா 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 tajom takida takadimi tajom takida takadimi tajom takida takadimi tajom takida takadimi சிதம்பர திரு சபையில் நயம் நலமுடனாடிடும் நர்த்தனனே உமையாம்பிகை நாயகனே உன்னை பாடிட வந்தேனே நால்வர் புகழ் பாடும் ஆடிய பாதத்தை நான் தொழ வேண்டும் அடியார்க்கும் அடியோனே அண்ட சராசரனே உடுக்கை ஒளிதனிலே இருமொழியை தந்திட்ட தாண்டவனே முதல் மொழி தமிழ் மொழியாய் மறுபுறம் வடமொழி உயிர் மொழியாய் மதி மாறாமல் மனம் போகாமல் விதி சேராமல் உன்னை பற்றிடுவேன் 64 கலை கட்டிடவே அருள் புரிந்திடு எம் அம்பல தரசே அச்சை அல்ல நீ அச்சம் நீக்கவே அண்டம் வந்த என் அம்பலவாணனே நமச்சிவாய வாழ்க வாழ்க நாதன் தாழ் வாழ்க வாழ்க இமை பொழுதும் என் நெஞ்சில் நீங்காதான் தாழ் வாழ்க நமசிவாய வாழ்க வாழ்க நாதன் தாழ் வாழ்க வாழ்க இமை பொழுதும் என் நெஞ்சில் நீங்காதான் தாழ் வாழ்க ஆடுகின்றான் அவன் கூத்தனாக திருப்பாதம் தூக்கி மறையோதுகின்றான் திரைசூடி அந்தனரின் பாடலுக்கு தினம் ஆடுகின்றான் ஒரு பாதம் தூக்கி அவன் கூத்தனாக மறையோதுகின்றான் திரைசூடி அந்தனரின் பாடலுக்கு இயலிசை நாடகமாய் முத்தமிழ் இயற்றிய நாயகனே தட்டதிமி தாளமொடு இல்லையில் ஆடிடும் தாண்டவனே பயமாகி மயமாகி வலியாகி ஒளியாகி சித்தத்துள் முக்தி தர நித்யனாய் வந்தவா நமச்சிவாய வாழ்க வாழ்க நாதன் தாழ் வாழ்க வாழ்க இமை பொழுதும் என் நெஞ்சில் நீங்காதான் தாழ் வாழ்க நமசிவாய வாழ்க வாழ்க நாதன் தாழ் வாழ்க வாழ்க இமை பொழுதும் என் நெஞ்சில் நீங்காதான் தாழ் வாழ்க நமசிவாய வாழ்க हर बोले शिव शंभु नित्यानंद परमशिव शंभु हर बोले शिव शंभु कैलाश राज शिव शंभु चल रहा था मैं अकेला तेरे ही एक आंसू में सोना सा मेरा समंदर तेरी ही एक प्यासू में बारिशे बन के मिला जो तुझ में ही मैं घुल गया नदिया के जैसे तू आया तुझ में ही मैं खो गया बोर के हर तार सा जगमग मुझे तू कर गया द्वारे खोले तूने तेरे जग ये सारा मिल गया नित्यानंदा शंभु शंकर बन के तू जो आ गया थामे तेरे हाथों को जो तुझसे ही मैं मिल गया तुझे से ही सारी करूं रूठा तुझ पे ही मैं करूं तेरे खानों पे चढ़ के जग ये सारा मैंने हारा करूं हंसना भी तेरे संग करूं रोना भी तेरे संग ही करूं भोली सी तेरी हिण को मैं खुद को ही देखा करूं मेरी हर सांस में है तू घन घन में बसा है तू मेरी हर सांस में है तू रग रग में जला है तू सांस मेरी जो चली है बोलती है ये तो सुन ले रे हर हर बोले शिव शंभु नित्यानंद परमशिव शंभु हर बोले शिव शंभु कैलाश राज शिव शंभु हर बोले शिव शंभु नित्यानंद परमशिव शंभु हर बोले शिव शंभु कैलाश राज शिव शंभु
ನಿತ್ಯ 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 ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ
ಮುಕ್ತಿ ಪ್ರದಾಯಕ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ
ಬೋಲೋ ನಿತ್ಯ 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 ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ
ಸದಾಶಿವ ತುಮ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ मुक्ति प्रदायक नित्यानंद तीनों लोक में गूंजती है ऐसी है नाद तेरी डमरू पे माया जाल से जगाने
ये डमरू बाजेगा
जाल से जगाने
ये डमरू बाजेगा डम 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 डमरू ये डमरू बाजेगा डम 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 डमरू ये डमरू बाजेगा
करुणामया तुम नित्यानंद
बोलो नित्य 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 नित्यानंद
भगवान स्वयं तू नित्यानंद
बोलो नित्य 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 नित्यानंद
करुणामया तुम नित्यानंद भगवान स्वयं तू नित्यानंद मानव रूप धारण करके प्रेम कृपा तूने बरसाई तेरी प्रेम की सावन में ये संसार नाचेगा प्रेम की सावन में ये संसार नाचेगा
बोलो नित्य 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 नित्यानंद 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 बोलो नित्यानंद नित्य नित्यानंद बोलो नित्यानंद नित्य नित्यानंद बोलो नित्य 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 नित्यानंद बोलो नित्य 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 नित्यानंद
ಸಮಗ ಮಾ ಪನಿ ಪಗರಿ ಸಮ ಗಮ ಪ ಪ ಪ ಪ ಪ ಪ ಮ ಗಮ ಪ ಪ ನಿ 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 ಮ ಪನಿ ಪನಿ ಸ ಸ ಸ ಸ ಸ ಸ ಸ ಪ ಮ ಪ ಮ ಗ ಮ ಗ ಮ ಗರಿ ನಿ ಸ गुरुदेवा नित्यानंद परमहंस नित्यानंद 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 You taught me completion, you gave me initiation. You taught me completion, you gave me initiation. You taught me completion, you gave me initiation. Taram daram 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 Just being in your presence burnt away all the karmas and the Shivoham experience relieved us from the పరమహంస నిత్యానంద గురుదేవ నిత్యానంద 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 పరమహంస నిత్యానంద పని సమగ మా పని పగారే సమగమ పాప 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 మగమ పాప నీ 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 మా పని పని సా 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 పమ పమ మగ మగరి మగరి నిసా शिवोऽहं शिव शिवोऽहं 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 शिव शिवोऽहं शिव शिवोऽहं शिव शिवोऽहं शिवोऽहं शिवो शिवोऽहं शिव शिवोऽहं शिव शिवोऽहं शिव शिवोऽहं शिवोऽहं शिवो शिवोऽहं शिव शिवोऽहं शिव शिवोऽहं शिव शिवोऽहं 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 शिव शिवोऽहं शिव शिवोऽहं शिव शिवोऽहं शिवोऽहं शिवो नित्यानन्दोऽहं 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 नित्यानन्दं नित्यानन्दं
Marilyn Gaumas is messaging, this webinar is more enlightening and exciting than football season in US. Hey, this webinar is headball program, understand? Where your ego heads roll. How in the football season footballs roll, this webinar is headballs roll. Your ego, which is a headball, that rolls here. So understand, this will naturally be higher, enlightening, entertaining, entraining, all three. Entraining, entertaining, and enlightening. Because this is headball season, not football season. Hmm.
हर 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 महादेवा शिव 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 सदा शिवा हर 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 महादेवा शिव 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 सदा शिवा ओम नमो नित्यानंदाय ओम नमो नित्यानंदाय ओम नमो नित्यानंदाय ओम नमो नित्यानंदाय हर 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 महादेवा शिव 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 सदा शिवा काला हल शिव काला नेत्र हर काला मुख शिव ओम काला हल शिव काला नेत्र हर काला मुख शिव ओम कपाल कालधरं देवं नित्यानंदा ओम कपाल कालधरं देवं नित्यानंदा ओम नमो नित्यानंदाय ओम ननंदाय ओम नमो नित्यानंदाय हर 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 महादेवा शिव 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 सदा शिवा
Om, Om. Sri Vedatmananda is writing, here we lose one head ego and gain 25 heads, Paramashiva himself. That is true. You got it. You said it. So, still I have not completed all the 64 manifestations of Paramashiva. I have done only 21. So I have to come for maybe one more or 2 more days of webinar. I will come again tomorrow the same time, Indian Standard Time. We'll keep us 10 o'clock, 10 o'clock Indian Standard Time. Maybe I'll come for 1 or 2 more sessions to completely introduce all the 64 forms. We have done only 21 till now. And today, even to introduce this Navaganda Yoga Samadhi, it took time. I'll come again for 1 or 2 more days of webinar, extension of this same webinar, because I really want to complete all the 64 manifestations of Paramashiva. So with this, I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Shuddhatvaita Saivam, Paramatvaita Saivam, the state, space, powers, being,